Chapter 425. The profound Azure Palace's formation was already strong enough to contend with Overlord-level demon beasts. To them, Lu Ye's current strength wasn't the slightest bit inferior to those legendary Overlord-level demon beasts. The two sides were separated by 60 meters. The atmosphere was solemn and murderous intent surged. Lu Ye, who was standing in place, suddenly turned around and slashed out with his saber. With a flash of saber light, a ghost cultivator who had quietly snuck up to Lu Ye and was about to attack was directly split in half. The ghost cultivator's eyes were filled with disbelief before he died. He couldn't figure out how he had been exposed. The might of this saber strike made even more ghost cultivators who had hidden themselves not dare to act rashly. Lu Ye's perception seemed to be a bit too powerful. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ghost cultivators to ambush him. The saber strike seemed to be a signal. Following the sudden death of the ghost cultivator, the word "kill" suddenly exploded from the profound Azure Palace's formation. In the next instant, an overwhelming number of spells and streams of light from Imperial equipment blasted towards Lu Ye like a torrential downpour. With the support of the Wind Spirit Tattoo, Lu Ye flew forward while dodging one attack after another. In the eyes of the profound Azure Palace's cultivators, Lu Ye's figure was as nimble as a fish in water. 90% of their spells and flying artifacts missed. Occasionally, they would hit him, but they were blocked by the spirit tattoo activated by Lu Ye. The distance of 60 meters was covered in only 3 breaths of time. The body cultivator facing Lu Ye held a spirit artifact shield in front of him. His chi, blood, and spirit power surged together as he assumed an unbreakable stance. Lu Ye's saber-wielding right arm suddenly swelled up. Dense chi and blood converged on his right arm. He aimed at the spirit artifact shield and slashed down. In a flash, under everyone's shocked gazes, the 9 restrictions' great shield shattered into pieces and scattered in all directions. The protective effect it was supposed to have didn't even have the slightest bit of effect. Not only that, the mountain blade also took advantage of the momentum to hack the body cultivator behind the great shield to the ground. A small gap appeared in the profound Azure Palace's tight formation with the fall of the body cultivator. Lu Ye's silhouette was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. He charged into the crowd through the gap, flying around on his weapon as he swung the mountain saber in his hand. When he was a Celestial 8, he had once killed his way into the encampment of a myriad Devil Ridge force. In the end, he had been beaten to the point of covering his head and fleeing in a sorry state. But now, his cultivation had already advanced to the 9th heaven, and he had even received 3 baptisms from the heavens. His strength was much stronger than before. The current Lu Ye already had the capital to annihilate a sect by himself. If he didn't have such confidence, how could he have charged into the profound Azure Palace's base? Facing so many enemies alone, the best way to deal with it was to charge into the enemy's formation. Although it was easy to get surrounded like this, it would also allow him to better control the situation and limit the number of enemies who could attack him at the same time. Simply put, it was to make the enemy's hands and feet tied. On the other hand, if he distanced himself, it wouldn't be easy for him to be surrounded. But once he distanced himself, everyone could attack him with their weapons or spells, and the situation would only worsen. After charging into the enemy's formation, there were enemies everywhere, but at most 7 or 8 people could attack Lu Ye at the same time. Moreover, they were all fighting at close range, so Lu Ye didn't have to worry about being harassed by weapons or spells. Every time he killed a person, there would be a few more wounds on his body. Fortunately, Lu Ye's physique was strong enough. Those injuries looked serious, but in fact, they were only superficial wounds. He always used defensive spirit tattoos to protect his vital part. The scene became chaotic. Hu Po, who was crouching on Lu Ye's shoulder, roared from time to time. Every time it roared, a group of people would be in trouble. In this chaotic situation, a petite figure silently appeared behind the profound Azure Palace's cultivators. It was Z. When Lu Yi charged into the profound Azure Palace's base and killed the first few cultivators he encountered, Yi came out of Hu Po's body and hid underground. None of the profound Azure Palace's cultivators noticed her when she came out. She held a treasure that looked like a scroll in her hand. It was the 9 Realms diagram that Madame Yun had bestowed upon her. She silently arrived behind the profound Azure Palace's cultivators and took advantage of the fact that Lu Ye's massacre had attracted everyone's attention to cover their heads with the 9 Realms diagram. In an instant, the cultivators disappeared without a trace, and several figures appeared in the 9 Realms diagram. Those figures were vivid and lifelike, and each of them had a stunned expression. Clearly, they didn't know what had happened. The 9 Realms diagram was a spirit artifact-level treasure, and it had always been under Yi's control. Although she could only use a bit of the 9 Realms diagram's power with her current strength, it was more than enough to deal with Spirit Stream Realm cultivators. After putting away those people, Yi immediately drilled into the ground and went several dozen meters underground. With Yi's current strength, even if she controlled the 9 Realms diagram, it would be difficult for her to kill those people by herself. Moreover, she couldn't trap them for too long. It wasn't that the 9 Realms diagram wasn't powerful enough, but that she wasn't strong enough. If she was strong enough, she could control the life and death of any enemy trapped in the 9 Realms diagram. With a single thought, she could kill them without knowing why. Since she couldn't trap them for too long or kill them easily, she could only let them go. Therefore, after burrowing several hundred feet into the ground, Yi activated the 9 Worlds diagram's power and directly released the people she had taken in. Those cultivators didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they died on the spot. How could a Spirit Stream Realm cultivator withstand the enormous pressure of the ground several dozen meters underground? Only someone like Yi, who was neither real nor virtual, could freely travel underground. She rushed out again and did the same thing. The profound Azure Palace's cultivators were terrified. Lu Yi had charged into their base alone and killed people, which made them feel like they were being looked down upon and offended. They were filled with endless anger. But now they realized that he really had the ability to do so. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, another 30 out of the 80 people had died. Even the body cultivators who were wielding spirit weapon shields were unable to block his violent slash and were directly split into 2 halves along with their shield. What made them even more puzzled was that many people had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they had gone, but they were gone just like that. Now, less than 30 people were left of the original 80. The square in front of the Heavenly Secret Hall was filled with blood and corpses were piled up like mountains. The flowers of slaughter bloomed amidst the blood and corpses. The murderer was bathed in blood and seemed to have gone mad. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a single word and only killed. It was as if he had made up his mind to slaughter the entire profound Azure Palace. With so many people dead, the profound Azure Palace's cultivators who were lucky enough to survive were all terrified. Retreat to the 9 provinces. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Followers gathered. The profound Azure Palace's cultivators who were lucky enough to survive retreated as they fought. They ran toward the Heavenly Secret Hall and disappeared one by one in front of the Heavenly Secret Pillar. However, in the process, several more people died under the saber. Lu Yi only stopped when she couldn't see any profound Azure Palace's cultivators anymore. Yi came out from the ground and looked around. She said in shock, "Where did they go?" Relying on the 9 Worlds diagram and her special spiritual body, she was constantly moving the enemies. Who would have thought that all of them would suddenly disappear, leaving behind a large number of corpses on the battlefield? They ran away. Lu Yi shook off the bloodstains on the mountain plate saber and sheathed it. What a pity! She thought that she would be able to kill all the profound Azure Palace's cultivators this time, but in the end, some still managed to escape. However, there shouldn't be many of them. 50 miles away from the profound azure palace's encampment, many streaks of light rushed over. The one in the lead was the guardian of the 3 sacred academies, Humane. Behind him were the elites of the 3 sacred academies. The 3 sacred academies and the profound azure palace's encampment were neighbors. In this generation, the 3 sacred academies didn't have many capable spirit stream realm cultivators. Their overall strength was weak, so they were often bullied by the profound azure palace and the other 2 factions of the myriad Devil Ridge. This was also the reason why the 3 sacred academies wanted Lu Yi to join their encampment. They originally thought that they could rope in Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan to ease the awkward situation of the 3 sacred academies' encampment. However, Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan both advanced to the Cloud River realm. Thus, the matter of Lu Yi joining their encampment was left unsettled. When the 3 sacred academies' encampment was breached, the nearby factions of the myriad Devil Ridge also contributed greatly, especially the profound azure palace. As old neighbors, the enmity between them could be said to be innumerable. Although the 3 sacred academies' encampment had been rebuilt, due to the lack of contribution points, the world spirit chi inside the encampment was much weaker than before. Therefore, after receiving Lu Ye's message, Sidhu Han gathered nearly half of his men and aggressively charged toward the profound azure palace's encampment. They were prepared to cooperate with Lu Yi and take revenge for that day. Behind Sidhu Han, the group of cultivators all rubbed their fists and were filled with killing intent. "Junior sister Feng," Sidhu Han suddenly called out. "I'm here." Feng Yu, who was standing behind him, quickly responded. Feng Yu was now a 9th order cultivator, and with the help of the 3 sacred academies, she had gathered enough contribution points to buy a heaven-grade secret art. It wouldn't be long before she broke through to the 7th order. "Where is Brother Yi now?" Sidhu Han asked. "Let me ask," Feng Yu said, and quickly sent a message to Lu Yi to ask about the situation. A moment later, her expression turned strange. 5th senior brother said that he is now in the profound azure palace's encampment. When Sidhu Han heard this, his expression changed slightly. "Brother Yi is so impatient. Has he already killed his way in?" After pondering for a moment, he urged his spirit energy and shouted, "Junior brothers and junior sisters, Brother Yi has already killed his way into the profound azure palace's encampment. Right now, he might be surrounded on all sides. Hurry up and help him." "Yes." The group of cultivators responded loudly. In the next moment, everyone's speed increased by a notch. After an incense stick's worth of time, several dozen people rushed to the profound azure palace's encampment under Sidhu Han's lead. However, when they looked around, they saw that the profound azure palace's defensive array had already been activated. Starting from a certain direction, it extended all the way into the encampment. There were corpses and blood everywhere. "Is the battle over?" Sidhu Han was dumbfounded. Chapter 426. Following the traces of the battle, Sidhu Han led a few dozen people to the square in front of the Heaven's secret hall. From afar, they saw a figure covered in blood sitting on the steps in front of the Heaven's secret hall. A sheathed long saber was casually placed beside him, and in front of him were 200 storage pouches. Looking at his focused posture, it seemed like he was opening the restriction lock on the storage pouches? And that figure that seemed to be covered in blood was none other than Lu Yi. 5th senior brother. Feng Yu quickly stepped forward. Lu Yi raised his head and nodded slightly. He then looked at Sidhu Han, who had a complicated expression on his face. "You're here." Sidhu Han returned to his senses and quickly bowed. He then asked, "Brother Yi, are we late?" "No, we're just in time. The battle just ended." Sidhu Han originally planned to bring a few dozen people to assist Lu Yi, but when he arrived, he discovered that the battle had already ended. Moreover, it ended with the profound azure palace suffering a crushing defeat. He casually counted the corpses scattered around the encampment. There were at least 60 to 70 corpses scattered around the encampment. Suddenly, he realized that Lu Yi didn't seem to have any intention of asking him for help. That was why he said it wasn't too late. "Brother Iya, did you kill all of them by yourself?" "Of course not." Sidhu Han's heart relaxed. If all of them were killed by one person, it would be too terrifying. However, he didn't see any other helpers. They might have hidden themselves or left. "Hupa helped me." Lu Yi raised his hand and patted Hupo's head, who was lying on the side. "Didn't he kill all of them by himself?" Sidhu Han's mood was fluctuating because of Lu Yi. He suddenly felt a little dizzy. The disciples of the 3 saint academies behind him swallowed their saliva as well. The miserable state of the profound Azure Palace's encampment was right in front of them. The square in front of the Heaven's secret hall was covered in corpses and blood, and this was actually the work of one person. They had long heard of Jade Blood Sect's Lu Yi's outstanding strength and methods, but only after witnessing it with their own eyes did they realize that the rumors were true. Sidhu Han took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression, "Brother Iya, you asked me to come over because you want to." He was a little confused. Since Lu Yi had the ability to slaughter an entire sect, why did Feng Yu ask him to come over? He originally thought that Lu Yi wanted him to bring some people to help, but now it seems that was not the case. "Last time, because of me, the 3rd Sacred Academy's encampment was destroyed. I asked around and found out that the profound Azure Palace played a big part in it. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye. Since they destroyed the 3rd Sacred Academy's encampment, I'll destroy the profound Azure Palaces. By the way, didn't our sect leader make an agreement with the 3rd Sacred Academy? I'm already at the 9th level of heaven, and I'll be leaving the Spirit Stream battlefield soon, so I can't keep my end of the bargain. Before I leave, I'll take the opportunity to relieve some pressure on the 3rd Sacred Academy." Sidhu Han was speechless. This wasn't just relieving the pressure. Judging from the result of this battle, the profound Azure Palace had lost so many people. In the future, they could forget about riding on the heads of the 3rd Sacred Academy. Nothing in the profound Azure Palace has been touched. "Brother Sidhu, please help yourself." The group from 3rd Sacred Academy became excited. They all understood what Lu Yi meant. Sidhu Han was even more ashamed. "How can I accept that? We didn't do anything. In the inner circle, the Heaven Expanse sect's encampment was destroyed because of me. Whatever they lost, I'll bring them back. Since the 3rd Sacred Academy's encampment was destroyed because of me, I should treat everyone equally. Brother Sidhu, please don't refuse. In the future, many of my Jade Blood Sect's disciples will come to your sect's encampment to train. At that time, I'll have to ask your sect to take care of us." Hearing Lu Ye's words, Sidhu Han no longer refused. "Then I won't be polite. In the future, if your sect's disciples want to come to my sect's encampment to cultivate, just say the word. My sect's encampment will always be open to your disciples." With Sidhu Han's command, the group of people he brought with him immediately scattered around the profound Azure Palace's encampment. They looted everything they could and put it into their storage pouches. Those that couldn't be taken away were destroyed on the spot. As for Sidhu Han himself, he directly entered the Heaven's Secret Hall and stood in front of the Heaven's Secret Pillar. He used his status as a guardian to plunder the various blessings of the profound Azure Palace. Lu Yi continued to open the restrictions on his storage pouch while Feng Yu stayed behind to treat his injuries. It had to be said that after training in the 3rd Sacred Academy's encampment for the past few days, Feng Yu's cultivation and medical skills had greatly improved. Lu Yi casually chatted with her and knew that the 3rd Sacred Academy was very good to her, so he didn't blame her for what happened last time. After all, she was a medical cultivator, and a delicate one at that. No one would casually offend such a delicate medical cultivator. Moreover, the destruction of the 3rd Sacred Academy's encampment had nothing to do with her. It was the myriad Devil Ridge's operation against Lu Yi. While the myriad Devil Ridge's encampment was in full swing, the news of Lu Yi destroying the profound Azure Palace by himself quickly spread. Not everyone from the profound Azure Palace had died. In the end, about 30 people escaped through the Heaven's secret pillar. However, after this battle, more than 70% of the profound Azure Palace's core cultivators had been killed. Everyone's first reaction when they heard the news was that it was impossible. No matter how strong Lu Yi was, even if he had reached the 9th heaven realm. After the battle at the profound Azure Palace, his cultivation level on the spirit stream list had changed. However, even if he had reached the 9th heaven realm, it was impossible for him to destroy an entire sect by himself. Throughout history, this had never happened before. Even Feng Yuechan and Li Baxian didn't have such an ability. How could Lu Yi do it? After all, Feng Yuechan and Li Baxian had been in the spirit stream realm for more than 10 years. People constantly sent messages to the profound Azure Palace to inquire about the news and confirm the authenticity of the matter. In the end, they confirmed that it was true. The huge encampment of the profound Azure Palace had really been destroyed by Lu Yi single-handedly. According to the news, Lu Yi had relied on his own attainments in the Tao of Formations to break into the profound Azure Palace's encampment and started a massacre. Even if more than 80 people from the profound Azure Palace had set up a formation, they still couldn't stop him. Instead, their blood flowed like a river. This person's vile character and cruel methods were simply unheard of. He killed the core cultivators as if they were chickens. The entire 9 provinces was shaken. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, the myriad Devil Ridge's forces in the core realm were all in danger. All the experts from the myriad Devil Ridge, who had confirmed the news, couldn't help but be absent-minded. Before this, the myriad Demon Ridge had already predicted that if Lu Yi was allowed to ascend to the heavenly 9th rank, the entire Spirit Stream battlefield would most likely be dominated by him alone. Even so, no one had expected that this guy would actually do something so outrageous after ascending to the heavenly 9th rank. Could it be that this huge Spirit Stream battlefield was really going to enter an era of one person's rule? Who in the myriad Devil Ridge would be willing to accept this? Was there really no one who could deal with this guy who killed people like flies? Half a day later, another shocking piece of news came out. The Crescent Moon Pavilion's encampment, which wasn't far from the profound Azure Palace's encampment, had been destroyed. It was still Lu Yi, and he was still single-handedly doing it. The profound Azure Palace was a third-grade force, and they didn't even have a Spirit Stream ranking expert in their encampment. The number of Heaven 9th Realm cultivators they had was also limited. If the profound Azure Palace's encampment was destroyed because their foundation wasn't strong enough, then the Crescent Moon Pavilion's encampment was destroyed because Lu Yi was strong enough. After all, the Crescent Moon Pavilion was a first-grade force. The sect had more Heaven 9th Realm cultivators than the profound Azure Palace, and they also had a Spirit Stream ranking expert in the 50s. Even so, after paying an extremely heavy price, the surviving cultivators of the Crescent Moon Pavilion could only be forced to retreat to the 9 states. Such a huge encampment had fallen into the hands of a single person. Overall, the Crescent Moon Pavilion's losses weren't too great. Because they had learned a lesson from the profound Azure Palace, they had set up a formation from the very beginning. When they retreated in the end, they had also retreated in an orderly manner. Even so, 30 to 40 people had still died. 34 good seedlings who could advance to the Cloud River tier at any time had been killed just like that. The higher-ups of the Crescent Moon Pavilion were heartbroken. When the profound Azure Palace's encampment had been destroyed, many of the myriad Devil Ridge's forces had still held onto the hope that it was because the profound Azure Palace was too weak. However, after the news of the Crescent Moon Pavilion's encampment being destroyed spread, these cultivators had no choice but to take Lu Yi seriously. Even the encampment of a first-grade sect couldn't stop this guy's slaughter. Looking at the entire Spirit Stream battlefield, who could stop him? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation P. The next day, the third encampment of the myriad Devil Ridge was destroyed. It was near the profound Azure Palace and the Crescent Moon Pavilion. While the myriad Devil Ridge's forces were furious, they were also shocked. Thinking back, when Liu Ye was stirring up trouble in the inner zone, he had to pull out the Grand Heaven Alliance's allied forces and rely on them to act. However, now that he was in the core zone, he didn't need any allied forces at all. Wherever he went, he could bring disaster to a sect. Liu Ye was fully deserving of the title of Sect Destroyer. As expected, there were only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. At that time, in order to contain Liu Ye, the myriad Devil Ridge had gathered a lot of people. While confronting the Grand Heaven Alliance's allied forces, they had asked the Divine Sea Realm cultivators to come forward and negotiate. In the end, they paid a lot of materials and settled the matter peacefully. However, now that Liu Ye was acting alone, it was really difficult for the myriad Devil Ridge to deal with him. Of course, they could gather more people. However, Liu Ye's cultivation was at the 9th heaven realm and his speed was unparalleled. Who could catch up with him? If they couldn't catch up with him, what was the point of gathering more people? For a moment, many experts of the myriad Devil Ridge had a headache. They were shocked to find that they didn't have any means to restrain Liu Ye. Unless they abandoned all the encampments, formed an army, and then wiped out the encampment of the Grand Heaven Alliance. If that was the case, then it would be their fault and no one would have a good ending. However, doing so would have no effect on Liu Ye. The encampment of the Jade Blood sect was at the outermost part of the battlefield. The storm in the core zone wouldn't affect the Jade Blood sect at all. Time flew by. In the core zone of the battlefield, the encampments of the sects were destroyed one after another. Even the encampments of the first-rank sects were as fragile as paper in front of Liu Ye. In the first few days, some sects didn't give up. They felt that the outside world had exaggerated Liu Ye's strength and tried to resist Liu Ye's attack with the advantage of numbers. However, after suffering losses, they all gave up their encampments and retreated to their own sects in the 9 state. Chapter 427. In just 10 days, more than 20 sects of the myriad Devil Ridge in the core circle had been breached. On average, there were about 2 sects per day. In order to reduce the loss of people, some sects retreated to the 9 states when Liu Ye arrived and took away everything they could. However, the various blessings on the divine pillars could not be taken away and were plundered by Liu Ye to his heart's content. There were still some sects that stubbornly resisted. However, after being killed by Liu Ye several times and losing a large number of people, they recognized the reality. Now, in the Spirit Stream battlefield, there was really no one who could stop Liu Ye. All the sects of the myriad Devil Ridge in the Spirit Stream battlefield, whether they were 1st grade, 2nd grade, or 3rd grade, were like naked girls placed in front of this guy, allowing him to ravage them. At this moment, the powerhouses of the myriad Devil Ridge were horrified to discover that when a person was powerful to a certain extent, they could really do whatever they wanted. Riding on the momentum rolled up by Liu Ye, many sects of the Grand Sky Alliance were also ready to make a move. For a time, in the core circle of the battlefield, undercurrents surged, and there were signs that a shocking battle was about to break out. In the sky, Liu Ye ended the transmission with his second senior sister and frowned. In the past 10 days, he had gained a lot. Not to mention that he could plunder a large number of blessings every time he breached a myriad Devil Ridge encampment. He had also obtained a huge amount of spoils from killing the cultivators of the core circle. However, he had a faint feeling that if he continued to do this, something would happen. The greatest possibility was that the core circle would be completely chaotic. At that time, whether it was the myriad Devil Ridge or the Grand Sky Alliance, they would not have a good time. Therefore, he specially sent a message to his second senior sister and told her his concerns. Shui Yuan did not say too much. She only told him to act according to his heart and to have a clear conscience. The encampment in front of him was covered by a light screen. From the map, it was a second-grade sect called the Purple Gold Sect. The stream of light changed direction and landed outside the light screen of the large formation. At this moment, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion stood quietly outside the light screen. This old man had a kind expression and gave people a very warm feeling. Looking at the young man who descended from the sky and landed in front of him, the old man smiled slightly. "Are you little friend Yi from the Jade Blood sect?" Lu Yi put his hand on the hilt of his saber and looked up at him. With one look, he could tell that this old man was not a spirit stream stage cultivator. At such an old age, he was at least a true lake stage cultivator. Over the past 10 days, he had killed more than just spirit stream realm cultivators. A few sects had even sent out Cloud River true lake realm cultivators. Because the original spirit stream realm cultivators were not enough to defend the encampment, they had no choice but to send out even more powerful cultivators. Of course, regardless of whether it was Yun He or Zhen who, after entering the spirit stream battlefield, the most powerful cultivator they could display was Tianjiu. It had to be said that these Cloud River true lake stage experts had indeed brought Lu Yi quite a bit of trouble. In the battle 3 days ago, Lu Yi killed his way in and out of their sect encampment. Only then did his opponent's fighting spirit completely crumble. Therefore, Lu Yi wasn't surprised to see a white-haired old man here. His sharp gaze swept over the old man's vitals, wondering how many slashes it would take to kill him if he suddenly attacked. The old man's expression stiffened and he hurriedly said, "Little friend Yi, please don't be impatient. This old man is waiting here today not to make things difficult for you, but to discuss a business deal with you." Lu Yi remained silent and raised his gaze to look behind the old man at the 100 or so figures within the light screen of the grand formation. The old man laughed. "The little guy is just worried about this old man's safety, so he's keeping a close eye on me. Little friend, don't worry. Before this old man gives the order, they won't do anything to you. This is not the place to talk. If you trust this old man, please follow me." With that, the old man summoned his flying spirit artifact and flew off into the distance. Lu Yi looked at the old man and then at the 100 or so people within the light screen of the grand formation. His hand that was stroking the hilt of his saber loosened slightly, and he followed the old man on his flying spirit artifact. Not long after, the old man and Lu Yi landed on a mountain peak several kilometers away from the encampment. Lu Yi scanned the surroundings with the support of spiritual runes in his eyes. There were no signs of an ambush or a formation. The old man stood on the mountain peak with one hand behind his back and looked down. He had a panoramic view of the myriad Devil Ridges encampment. Suddenly, he said, "The scenery here is good. Little friend, do you want to take a look together?" Lu Yi stepped forward and stood not far from the old man, looking down. "In your eyes, young friend, you should be able to see large amounts of merits and wealth. However, in my eyes, what I see is the result of the hard work of several generations of people in the Purple Gold sect, and the future of the Purple Gold sect." The old man slowly said, "Of course, you and I belong to different camps and stand on different sides. Naturally, what we see is different. If you have something to say, then say it," Lu Yi said. The old man nodded and said, "Since little friend is a straightforward person, then this old man will not beat around the bush. Since the beginning of the profound Azure Palace's encampment until today, little friend has destroyed a total of 23 myriad Devil Ridge forces in the past 10 days. The number of myriad Devil Ridge cultivators who have died at little friend's hands is also several hundred. Indeed, with the strength and foundation that little friend has shown, even if the sects in the core region send us old men, we may not be able to stop little friend's slaughter. If little friend is willing, little friend can attack them one by one and destroy all the encampments of the myriad Devil Ridge forces in the core region. This was the reality that the myriad Devil Ridge had to face. If Lu Yi really wanted to, none of the myriad Devil Ridge forces could keep their encampment. Don't say, but. The old man was a little helpless by Lu Ye's words and could only say, but little friend, have you thought about what would happen if little friend really did that? Without waiting for Lu Yi to speak, the old man continued, if that's really the case, then there will be countless Heaven Realm cultivators in the core region who have nothing to worry about. They don't need to protect their destroyed encampments. They can join forces and attack the other Grand Heaven Alliance encampments. If 100 people can't take them down, then 200 people. If 200 people can't take them down, then 300. There will always be a time when they can take them down. Little friend, this old man has observed that little friend is not the kind of person who acts recklessly and recklessly. You should be able to think of this result. Of course, if little friend destroys other people's encampments and kills all the enemies in them, then there will naturally be no hidden danger. The old man spoke methodically while Lu Yi listened expressionlessly. It had to be said that what the old man said was exactly what Lu Yi had been worried about recently. Ever since he entered the core region, he had been targeted in various ways by the myriad Devil Ridge. Before he had advanced to the ninth heaven, he had secretly made up his mind that when he advanced to the ninth heaven one day, he would take revenge on all the people who targeted him with interest. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation P. However, after he advanced to the ninth heaven and really did it, he realized that he had thought too simply of things. The old man was right. Every time he took down a myriad Devil Ridge encampment, there would be another hidden danger in the core region unless he killed all the enemies when he took down the encampment. However, this was impossible. Now that Lu Ye's terrifying battle record was there, the cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge would not dare to defend their encampments and have any direct conflict with him. The most likely situation was that every time Lu Yi went to a place, the cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge would give up their encampments and retreat to the 9 states to preserve their strength. In this way, every time he took down a myriad Devil Ridge encampment, the hidden danger would increase. Once this hidden danger accumulated to the limit, it would definitely explode. By then, the entire core region would be embroiled in the flames of war. Without any worries, the cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge would definitely band together and attack the encampments of the Grand Heaven Alliance. It was because of this layer of concern that he sent a message to his second senior sister, Shui Yuan, to ask what he should do next. However, Shui Yuan did not give him any clear instructions. Of course, little friend, if you only care about your own happiness and don't care about the consequences that Grand Sky Alliance might face in the future, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. My Violet Gold sect can't stop you. Although I'm a true lake stage cultivator, I'm not your opponent in the Spirit Stream battlefield. You can kill me and then attack the Violet Gold sect space. My old bones should be worth a few hundred contribution points. Could Lu Yi ignore the consequences that the Grand Heaven Alliance might face in the future? Of course not. When his identity as a disciple of the Jade Blood sect was exposed, it was the many sects of the Grand Heaven Alliance that protected him. Previously, when he was rushing to the Forest of 1,000 Poisons, it was also the many cultivators of the Grand Heaven Alliance that protected him. This gave him enough time and energy to activate the Fire Phoenix spiritual pattern and break through the blockade of the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. Since he was a member of the Grand Heaven Alliance, no matter what, he had to consider the pros and cons of the matter from the perspective of the Grand Heaven Alliance. If the people in the same camp were not united, then how could they fight against the people in the other camp? If something could benefit him but cause the entire camp to be in deep trouble, then he definitely could not do it. Otherwise, the disciples of the Jade Blood sect would have a hard time establishing themselves in the 9 regions. He was now the 5th senior brother of the Jade Blood sect in name, but in reality, he was the eldest senior brother. Naturally, he had to consider his junior brothers and sisters. Little friend, if you don't kill this old man will continue speaking. The old man observed Lu Ye's expression and felt relieved. Knowing that Lu Ye had listened to him, he finally felt relieved. To be honest, although he looked calm, his heart was beating like a drum. After all, it took a lot of courage to stand together with the sect destroyer Yi. Especially since the other party was young and vigorous and powerful. If he said something that made him unhappy, the other party might just cut him down. It was not strange for a hot-blooded young man to do something out of line. Now, it seemed that Lu Yi was quite reasonable. In the current situation, the strong are respected. There is only one rule in the cultivation world. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. The destruction of the 23 sects encampments has established your invincible position in the Spirit Stream battlefield. Everyone, including the myriad Devil Ridge, agrees with this. Chapter 428. If they were in the 9 prefectures, the Elder's true lake stage cultivation could easily crush Lu Yi, who was in the Spirit Stream stage. However, this was the Spirit Stream battlefield. Even if he was in the Spirit Ocean stage, he would still have to consider Lu Ye's reaction before he spoke. It was truly tiring. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, you are invincible. Everyone will admit that. However, sometimes you cannot do whatever you want just because you are strong. Get to the point. Lu Yi interrupted his chatter. The elder did not mind. He pondered for a moment and said, "If you are not going to attack my Purple Gold sect's encampment, my Purple Gold sect is willing to spend money to buy peace." Spending money to avoid disaster was the elder's ultimate goal in finding Lu Yi. "Name your price." Lu Ye's straightforwardness left the old man slightly stunned. He had originally prepared a speech to persuade Lu Yi with emotion and reason. 50,000 contribution points. Lu Yi turned to look at the elder. His aura gradually became dangerous. The elder's scalp went numb. He hurriedly said, "Calm down, my friend. Of course, if you attack my Purple Gold sect's encampment, you will get more than 50,000 contribution points. You will get more than 500,000. However, just like what I said just now, once my Purple Gold sect's encampment is destroyed, there will be a group of homeless people. They will definitely join forces with the other people whose encampments were destroyed and attack Grand Heaven Alliance's encampment together. I don't think you wish to see such a thing happen. Since we're talking about this as a business, of course, we have to take a step back. If you think that the Purple Gold sect's encampment is only worth 50,000 contribution points, then there is no need to talk nonsense." The elder smiled and said, "The Purple Gold sect's encampment is naturally worth more than 50,000 contribution points. The sect has worked hard for so many years. The amount of contribution points spent on the encampment is incalculable. If it is just my Purple Gold sect, we are willing to pay 500,000 contribution points, let alone 50,000. However, have you thought about how many sects there are in the core circle?" Lu Yi frowned. "What do you mean?" "In other words, if Little Friend agrees, the other sects of the Myriad Demons Ridge should also be willing to pay 50,000 each. Little Friend, think about it, just how much wealth can you bring to Little Friend?" Seeing that Lu Yi was silent, the old man said, "Let me do a simple calculation for you. There are about 10 first-grade sects, 20 to 30 second-grade sects, and 40 to 50 third-grade sects in each of the 9 continents. Conservatively speaking, there are about 80 to 100 sects, and this is just one continent. There are about 800 to 1,000 third-grade sects and above in the 9 continents. If the Hautian Alliance and the Myriad Devil Ridge divide it equally, there will be 400 to 500 sects in the Myriad Devil Ridge. If each sect pays 50,000 merit points, you will get more than 20 million merit points. Do you still think it's too little?" Lu Yi was also shocked by the old man's calculations. 20 to 30 million merit points? What kind of abundant resources would that be? One must know that his mountain pan saber was only worth 138 merit points when he bought it from the Tianji treasure house. Among the 9 restrictions spiritual weapons, this was already considered quite expensive. As for the body replenishing pill, it was only worth 160,000 merit points. 20 to 30 million merit points could buy hundreds of them. Of course, the Tianji treasure house was almost out of stock, and there were only a few left. So, little friend, don't think that my purple gold sect is offering too little. The 50,000 merit points is the result of my careful consideration. If little friend's price is too high, which sect of the Myriad Demons Ridge would dare to give it to you? At that time, perhaps the Myriad Demons Ridge would rather give up their encampment than give away so much wealth. What if they end up raising a monster? Are you sure that the other sects of the Myriad Demons Ridge are willing to pay to avoid disaster? Lu Yi asked. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Last time, little friend caused some trouble in the inner circle. Didn't the Myriad Demons Ridge use this method to settle the matter? Compared to the loss of their encampment, what is giving up some wealth? You should know that every encampment in the inner circle is the result of the hard work of several generations, or even more than 10 generations. Lu Yi nodded. Although the old man did not say it explicitly, Lu Yi could vaguely guess that the Myriad Demons Ridge had reached some consensus. This old man seemed to be negotiating with him on behalf of the Purple Gold sect, but in fact, the entire Myriad Demons Ridge was behind him. His proposal of paying to avoid disaster should be the best solution that the Myriad Demons Ridge could accept at the moment. It was not impossible. Lu Yi had been worried that if he continued to attack the Myriad Demons Ridge encampment like this, it might be difficult to clean up the mess. He did not want to implicate the other Grand Heaven Alliance forces. If the Myriad Demons Ridge chose to pay to avoid disaster, his gains would be much smaller, but it would not cause too much trouble and chaos. Speaking of which, the merit points he obtained now would be converted into merit points for the sect. It could not be compared to the wealth that could be used in cultivation. The Jade Blood sect's need for merit points was not so urgent now. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the encampment had been raised to the limit. Even if they had more merit points, it would only expand the encampment's range. However, if they could obtain cultivation resources, the disciples would grow faster. It was a good deal. 100,000 merit points for a third-rank sect, 200,000 for a second-rank sect, and 300,000 for a first-rank sect. Since the Myriad Demons Ridge wanted to do business this time, they could not blame him for raising the price. Naturally, he could not agree to the old man's proposal of 50,000 merit points for each sect. That was a condition offered by someone else, and he had his own conditions. In fact, 50,000 merit points was a lot of wealth. Just a 9 restrictions spirit weapon, like the Mountain Pan Saber alone, was enough to buy a few hundred of them. However, compared to the huge amount of merit points that the sects spent on their encampments, what was 100,000, 200,000, or 300,000? Lu Yi believed that his asking price was very fair and that the sects of the Myriad Demons Ridge could accept it. Young friend, the old man hurriedly said. However, Lu Yi did not give him a chance. He took out a map and chose a location. I will wait for you at the Heavenly Sword Peak for 10 days. After 10 days, if any sect does not give me the wealth I need, I will personally visit them. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his spirit boat and soared into the sky. Young friend, the old man shouted, but Lu Yi ignored him. The old man could only watch as Lu Yi disappeared at the end of his line of sight. After half an hour, Lu Yi's conditions had spread throughout the core sects of the Myriad Demons Ridge. Many people jumped and cursing Lu Yi for being insatiably greedy. As the old man had said, if each sect offered 50,000 merit points, the Jade Blood sect would be able to obtain 20 to 30 million merit points in the end. If Lu Yi's conditions were given, The value of the treasures that would fall into the hands of the Jade Blood sect would be terrifying. After a rough calculation, it would be worth 50 to 60 million merit points. 20 to 30 million merit points would be enough to transform the entire Jade Blood sect. How much would 50 to 60 million merit points be? It was unimaginable. The hot-tempered old man even clamored for Liu Ye to destroy all the encampments of the myriad demons' Ridge's forces. Then, everyone would join forces to deal with the Grand Sky Alliance's encampment. No one would have an easy time. But in the end, it was just clamoring, just as the old man from the Purple Gold sect had said. Each sect's encampment in the core circle was the result of several generations of hard work. The amount of merit points spent on the encampment was incalculable. Now they only needed 100,000 merit points, 200,000 merit points, or even 300,000 merit points to avoid disaster. It was actually acceptable, but some people just couldn't get over it. The 23 sects that had their encampments destroyed were about to cry. If only Liu Ye had proposed this condition earlier. Their encampments had already been destroyed. If they wanted to rebuild their encampments, who knew how many years of hard work it would take? No one had ever thought that a spirit stream realm cultivator could create such a huge amount of wealth. Including the compensation that the Myriad Demons Ridge had given to the Grand Sky Alliance, the Myriad Demons Ridge had lost too much because of Liu Ye. The Heavenly Sword Peak was located in the center of the Spirit Stream battlefield. It was also the center of the core circle. The entire Spirit Mountain was like a sharp sword that had fallen from the sky, towering over the earth. The Spirit Mountain was thousands of blades high and rugged. The reason why Liu Ye chose the Heavenly Sword Peak to make a deal with the various factions of the Myriad Demons Ridge was because it was located in the middle. No matter which faction of the Myriad Demons Ridge came from, 10 days would be enough. If they didn't come after 10 days, it was obvious that they didn't agree with the method of spending money to avoid disaster. At that time, there would be no need to be polite with them. They could just directly destroy their encampments. Liu Ye spent 2 days rushing from the Purple Gold sect to the Heavenly Sword Peak. There were actually people on the lone peak. They were 2 women. They seemed to be comprehending nature and cultivating in peace. Hearing the commotion, they opened their eyes and suddenly felt that Liu Ye looked somewhat familiar. After carefully identifying him, they were instantly shocked. It was actually Liu Ye of the Jade Blood sect. The 2 women only hated themselves for being so unlucky. They actually bumped into this jinx while cultivating at the Heavenly Sword Peak. They instantly trembled. The slightly older senior sister whispered, "This is bad. What should we do now?" The other woman said weakly, "Fight it out with him? We can't beat him. He's killed so many people recently." The senior sister shook her head. "Then what should we do?" The junior sister's voice carried a sobbing tone. "Why don't junior sister go and seduce him?" The senior sister suggested. "Seduce? Seduce him with what?" His expression looked so scary. The junior sister's face was filled with confusion. "Idiot, of course we'll use breasts. I heard that he likes women with big breasts the most. Do you know Bailan on the Spirit Stream list? It's because she's big enough that she escaped from him. Junior sister, you have a lot of capital. You can definitely do it." Huh! The junior sister obviously heard this for the first time and found it hard to accept. Suddenly, she saw Liu Ye turn his head to look at her, and her face suddenly turned pale. The senior sister hurriedly patted her back, and the junior sister immediately puffed out her chest. The corners of her eyes twitched, and she squeezed out a smile. Before she could say anything, she saw Liu Ye indifferently glance at her and lightly spit out a word, "Scram." Perhaps because he had killed too many people recently, he didn't have any killing intent. The 2 women were stunned for a moment, then hurriedly took out their spirit tools and rushed into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After flying for a long time, the junior sister patted her chest. "That scared me to death," the senior sister said. "As expected, this guy likes big and round. Damn it." Chapter 429. On the heavenly sword peak, Lu Yi sat cross-legged with the mountain saber on his knees. He held the hilt of the saber with both hands with his palms facing up. As he breathed in and out, his body and mind intersected with the saber. He had already stayed here for 3 days, and he had released the conditions to the major factions of the myriad Devil Ridge for 5 days. However, until today, no cultivators from the myriad Devil Ridge had appeared. However, Lu Ye's powerful perception could sense that there were many ghost cultivators hiding in the shadows. Lu Yi originally thought that these ghost cultivators were here to kill him, but now it seemed that it was not the case. If they were really here to kill him, they would have made a move long ago. He had revealed a lot of flaws in the past few days. Didn't the myriad Devil Ridge want to kill him? Of course they did. However, none of the ghost cultivators dared to act rashly. Lu Yi had already offered the corresponding conditions to the major sects in the core circle of the myriad Devil Ridge. As long as those sects could pay a certain price, they could spend money to avoid disaster. At such a sensitive time, which ghost cultivator would dare to act rashly? It would be good if they could kill Lu Yi, but if they failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Lu Yi could roughly guess the thoughts of these ghost cultivators. Some of these ghost cultivators hiding in the shadows should have been sent by the major sects of the myriad Devil Ridge to monitor his movements. Some of them might have brought a lot of treasures with them and were prepared to spend money to avoid disaster. However, the time limit was not up yet, so they were not in a hurry to hand over the treasures. Another point was that none of these ghost cultivators were willing to be the first to hand over the treasures. They were all waiting for others to act. After all, this was not something to be proud of. There were still 5 days before the time limit given by Lu Yi. There was no rush. As time passed, the number of ghost cultivators who rushed to the heavenly sword peak and hid in the shadows to observe Lu Yi increased. At the same time, the Tianji Business Alliance released an interesting piece of news. At some point in time, there was another Overlord-level demon beast, and it was a demoness who could transform into a human form. It was different from the Overlord-level demon beasts that were currently recorded. This demoness did not have a fixed territory. Instead, she wandered around the core circle. She seemed to be looking for something. In fact, as early as 2 months ago, the Tianji Business Alliance had already observed this demoness. However, she did not appear many times during this period of time. However, the demoness appeared more and more frequently. This attracted the attention and vigilance of many people. As for what she was looking for, no one knew. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that this demoness did not seem to have much malice towards the cultivators. As long as he did not take the initiative to provoke her, she also wouldn't do anything to the cultivators. According to the observations of the experts of the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance, this demoness was the human form of a fire-type demonic beast. Its true form should be a fire fang. As for her background, it was very likely that it came from the Land of Fire. This was because the Land of Fire was a forbidden zone for cultivators. It was the most suitable habitat for fire-type demonic beasts. Several months ago, the Land of Fire had slowly disappeared. Therefore, the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance deduced this demoness should have lived in the Land of Fire, but now that the Land of Fire had disappeared for some unknown reason, she had lost her territory and was looking for a place to stay. When the news spread, all the major sects were tempted. A demoness that could transform into a human form could be accepted into the sect. If that was the case, then, that would undoubtedly be a great help to the sect. With such an overlord-level demoness overseeing the base, who would dare to cause trouble? Why had the Jade Blood sect's base been so impregnable all these years that no one dared to invade? Wasn't it because there was an overlord-level demonic beast overseeing it? Several sects cultivators had already tried to make contact with the demoness, but without exception, all of them had failed. It wasn't until the demoness flew past the heavenly sword peak that she suddenly seemed to have discovered something and landed in front of Lu Yi. A pair of fiery red eyes stared at Lu Yi as she spat out a few unclear words. Found it! Lu Yi, who was cultivating and reading a book, looked up and saw that it was this fellow. He felt a headache coming on. Why are you here? He didn't expect that he would actually see this overlord-level demoness again. And from the other party's words, it seemed that she was looking for him. The ghost cultivators hiding in the dark were all shocked. No one knew. How did Lu Yi get involved with an overlord-level demoness? And from the looks of it, the relationship between the two seemed to be, not simple? I'm looking for you, the demoness said. What's the matter? I can't find the fire. Then it's gone. It would be strange if she could find it. The true phoenix fire had long been devoured by the talent tree, and now it had become his fire phoenix spirit mark. However, the demoness' persistence was admirable. It had been so long, but she was still looking for the fire. The demoness shook her head. It's impossible that it's gone. Take me to find it. As she spoke, she reached out to grab Lu Yi, regardless of whether he was willing or not. Lu Yi was naturally unwilling. Not to mention that the true phoenix fire was gone, even if it was. He didn't want to have anything to do with an overlord-level demonic beast. It was too insecure. His figure flashed, and he dodged the other party's grab. Lu Yi said, "Why don't you look for it more carefully? I can't find it." The demoness shook her head and insisted. "Take me there." She reached out to grab Lu Yi again. Lu Yi frowned and suddenly unsheathed his Pan Mountain saber. The saber flashed, and the demoness sharply retracted her hand. Her red eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression became unfriendly. "Don't touch me. When others are talking to you, you have to listen carefully." Lu Yi placed his saber in front of him and said seriously, "I want that fire." The demoness' expression became impatient. Her 10 fingers quickly sharpened like claws, and fiery red demonic chi roiled around her body. The ghostly cultivators hiding in the shadows were dumbfounded. They had originally thought that Lu Yi had an unusual relationship with this overlord-level demonic beast. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come looking for them so directly. But now, it seemed that their relationship wasn't ordinary. However, it seemed like they were enemies? There was going to be a good show to watch. Lu Yi rubbed the hilt of his saber with his thumb and lowered his eyes slightly. "Don't pester me endlessly. I have hundreds of brothers behind me. If you dare to act impudently, you might not be able to leave here alive today." The female demon's sharp gaze immediately swept the surroundings. Under her gaze, the ghost cultivators who were hiding in the dark immediately turned pale with fright, as if they had been stripped naked. They knew in their hearts that their whereabouts had long been discovered by Lu Yi. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a series of piercing sounds rang out as the ghostly cultivators in hiding revealed themselves. They summoned their spirit tools and fled in all directions. The demoness turned to look at Lu Yi. Lu Yi had already slashed his saber at her. He had fought this demoness twice before, so Lu Yi knew that even though she was strong, she was lacking in intelligence. This kind of simple-minded person was usually very stubborn. Since she had been looking for him, and wanted him to take her to the true phoenix fire, she wouldn't give up so easily. So if he wanted her to back off, he would have to fight her. When Lu Yi had first encountered her in the Land of Fire, her cultivation was only at the Heaven Level 7. At that time, Lu Yi had been injured in a short exchange. But now, things were different. Lu Yi was now at the Heaven Level 9 and had undergone the baptism of Heaven's bestowment 3 times. With his strength alone, he was able to suppress the entire myriad demon mountain range. He didn't know if he could defeat this demoness, but only by being strong enough would he have the right to talk to her as an equal. This was the unchanging truth of the demonic beast circle. In the face of this saber strike, the demoness' body was so light that it seemed weightless. She lightly floated back and dodged. But what she faced next was a torrential storm of saber light. Lu Yi had started fighting with the Overlord-class demoness on the Heavenly Sword Peak. The news spread like wildfire. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, It spread across the entire spirit stream battlefield and then to the kingdom of the Nine States. The powerful cultivators of the myriad demon mountain range were all shocked, and they almost threw their heads back and howled with laughter. This was truly a case of self-destruction. Although she didn't know why Luye wanted to fight with that overlord-class demoness, she was still an overlord-class existence. No matter how strong Luye was, could he be her opponent? The cultivators of the myriad demon mountain range, who hated Lu Yi to the core, felt like they could already see him dying at the hands of the demoness. They could only wait to celebrate. According to the information provided by the ghostly cultivators present, the overlord-class demoness had come straight for Lu Yi. When she had appeared, she had said, "I've found you." Afterwards, her conversation with Lu Yi had involved a ball of fire or something of the sort. In any case, the man and the demoness were already locked in a fierce battle. The ghostly cultivators were all watching from afar, constantly passing on the latest news. The powerful cultivators of the myriad demon mountain range were all secretly praying that the demoness would unleash her invincible might and kill Lu Yi. As long as he was dead, the spirit stream battlefield would be peaceful in the future, and the myriad demon mountain range wouldn't have to hand over the treasures they had prepared. However, as the news continued to spread, the myriad demon mountain range's earnest expectations were doused with a bucket of cold water. That Lu Ye's strength was beyond imagination. He could actually fight an overlord-level existence to such an extent, exchanging blows back and forth. Near the heavenly sword peak, two figures were constantly crisscrossing. One was Lu Yi, who had activated the flying wing spirit pattern, and the other was the demoness who had grown a pair of wings. Both figures were extremely agile, colliding from time to time. The confrontation of spirit power and demonic power dyed the sky red. In terms of speed, Lu Yi was not inferior to the demoness at all. In terms of strength, they were even on par. In terms of means, Lu Yi was even stronger than the demoness. News of the battle continued to be passed on by the ghostly cultivators who were secretly watching the battle. The originally lively myriad demon mountain range camp was dead silent. The myriad demon mountain range realized an extremely terrifying fact. To be able to fight so fiercely with an overlord-class existence, Lu Yi undoubtedly had the strength of an overlord-class existence. This was the first time since ancient times that a cultivator had ascended to the position of an overlord-class existence. This battle lasted from day to night, and from night to day the battle between the man and the demoness shifted from the ground to the sky, and from the sky to the ground. After a full day and night, the battle finally came to an end. Chapter 430. On the heavenly sword peak, Lu Yi was bare-chested and covered in wounds. Yi was cleaning his wounds, applying medicinal herbs, and carefully bandaging them. Although the battle with the demoness had been difficult, he had fought to his heart's content. With his current strength, there was no one in the entire spirit stream battlefield who could be his match. Before he had ascended to the heavenly rank, Lan Zi might have been able to fight him. However, after he had ascended to the heavenly rank, even Lan Zi had to step aside. In the past 2 months, Lan Zi, who was ranked second on the spirit stream list, had not challenged him. This was the best proof. The only ones who could fight him were the overlord-level existences. There was no winner or loser in this battle. It could be said that both sides were winners and losers. Both he and the demoness had suffered different degrees of injuries. At the end of the battle, both of them were about to run out of oil. After the battle, the demoness quickly left. Although she was not very smart, she knew that it was not suitable for her to show her face in front of others in her current state. Who knew where she was hiding to recuperate? Lu Yi did not leave. He had to wait here for the people from the myriad Devil Ridge to deliver the items. Under the night sky, the sound of someone stepping on dried leaves could be heard. Hu Po immediately entered a state of alert. He also looked around vigilantly. Lu Yi sat cross-legged and held the mountain pan saber. This was his weakest moment. If the people from the myriad Devil Ridge really wanted to kill him, this was the best time to do so. A figure appeared not far in front of Lu Yi. Judging by his attire, it was obviously a ghost cultivator. The ghost cultivator stood 10 feet away from Lu Yi and cupped his fist. Then, he raised his hand and threw a bulging storage pouch at Lu Yi. Yi raised her hand and caught it. When she looked up again, the ghost cultivator had disappeared. From the beginning to the end, that person had not said a word, nor did he reveal his background. Yi thought for a moment and quickly opened the storage pouch. She found a jade token from the storage pouch. There were 3 large words engraved on the jade token. It was the name of a force from the myriad Devil Ridge in the core circle. Lu Yi said softly, and Lu Yi nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. After the first ghost cultivator appeared, more and more ghost cultivators appeared one after another. They threw a storage pouch at Lu Yi from afar and then fled without a word. Spending money to avoid calamity was not something to be proud of, so the ghost cultivators who came to hand over their belongings all remained silent. In any case, there was information left in the storage bags, so Lu Yi would know which sect had given the items and which had not. A moment later, storage pouches were thrown out from all directions like rain. Yi didn't have time to collect them. Many of the ghost cultivators who came to deliver the goods didn't even show their faces. They just threw out their storage bags from afar. After confirming that Lu Yi had collected them, their mission was considered complete. At this time, there were still 3 days left until the 10-day deadline that Lu Yi had set. Originally, the ghost cultivators who had come to deliver the supplies had made up their minds to wait until the last day. However, after the battle between Lu Yi and the Demoness, the myriad Demon Ridge had completely lost their temper. The current Lu Yi was already publicly acknowledged as a cultivator that had ascended to the position of an overlord, creating an unprecedented precedent. Which sect in the myriad Devil Ridge would dare act rashly? What's more, there were also the previous examples of 23 sects being destroyed. Originally, some sects were prepared to bargain with Lu Yi to see if they could pay less. After all, even for a first-grade sect, it was not easy to take out 300,000 merit points at once. But now they couldn't say anything. In the face of an overlord, spending money to buy safety was something they could accept. By daybreak, there were as many as 400 to 500 storage pouches in front of Lu Yi. Yi was a little dizzy. Looking at the storage pouches, she murmured, "Lu Yi, we're rich. We're rich." Lu Yi nodded heavily. After handing over the 10-point map to Yi, she would be in charge of checking the valuables. Checking the markings on the map to see if the myriad Demon Ridge factions had handed over enough valuables was a tedious task. Yi was the most suitable person for this task. After all, Lu Yi still had to recuperate. By the way, leave the storage pouch of the Wild Blade sect. Lu Yi ordered again. 3 days later, Lu Ye's injuries were more or less healed. The items in the hundreds of storage pouches were also counted and sorted out by Yi, putting all the different types of belongings together. Even if they were carefully organized, the items in the hundreds of storage pouches couldn't be packed into a single storage pouch. There were too many things. In the end, there were still nearly 30 storage pouches, each filled to the brim. Lu Yi couldn't help but frown. With so many storage pouches hanging on his body, it was more or less an eyesore. Moreover, it would affect his fighting ability. But there was no way around it. How many people could understand the troubles of being rich? However, according to Yi's 10-point map, except for the 23 sects that Lu Yi had destroyed, all the other sects in the myriad Demon Ridge had delivered goods. Not a single one was left out. This is from the Wild Blade sect. Yi handed a separate storage pouch to Lu Yi. Opening it, Lu Yi saw all sorts of things inside. There were pills, spirit stones, spirit weapons, and herbs. Lu Yi couldn't estimate the value of all of them, but the Wild Blade sect was a first-grade sect in Dingzhou. Since they had chosen to pay for it, the value of the items in the pouch should be at least 300,000 merit points. "Do you think there's 300,000 merit points in here?" Lu Yi asked Yi. "Yes, I think so." Yi wasn't sure either. She had a faint feeling that Lu Yi was up to no good. If you can't be sure, then there's none. Lu Yi was suddenly filled with killing intent. The Wild Blade sect sure has guts. It seems they don't want their base anymore. Yi's eyes twitched. What are you going to do? She didn't know why Lu Yi was targeting the Wild Blade sect. To the Wild Blade sect. Lu Yi stood up, took out his flying spirit weapon, and soared into the sky. Half a day later, Lu Ye's figure landed in front of the Wild Blade sect's base. Immediately, a Wild Blade sect cultivator sensed the commotion and came to investigate. He immediately saw a young man with a ring of storage pouches hanging from his waist. The cultivator was stunned when he saw the storage pouches hanging from his abdomen all the way to the back of his waist. He had never seen a person carry so many storage pouches around. Lu Ye's current state was just short of the word rich engraved on his forehead. Looking at the young man's face, the cultivator's expression changed drastically. Lu Yi ignored him and activated the Insight Spirit Mark to observe the formation nodes in front of him, then threw out a few formation flags. Lu Yi, what are you doing? The cultivator couldn't help but shout. It was rumored that Lu Yi had a unique skill when it came to breaking through formations. The sects that had been attacked by him first had their bases infiltrated by him using special methods and slaughtered. So when he saw Lu Yi's actions, the cultivator panicked. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yi had already lifted a corner of the grand formation and walked in leisurely. The cultivator immediately took a few steps back and raised his hand to grab his spirit weapon. Although he was terrified, he shouted, "Lu Yi is attacking!" In an instant, the entire Wild Blade sect's base was in an uproar. Figures flew over from all directions and stood dozens of feet in front of Lu Yi, waiting for him. As expected of a first-grade sect's base, the response was extremely fast. In less than 10 breaths of time after the person shouted, dozens of people had gathered. Although they had heard of Lu Yi, it was the first time they had seen him in person. They couldn't help but look up and down and didn't see anything special about him. However, the identity of an overlord-level existence couldn't be ignored. So even if the Wild Blade sect had a large number of people, the cultivators were still nervous. On the other hand, Lu Yi, who had broken into the defensive formation alone, was very calm. A man with a decent appearance stepped out and asked in a deep voice, "Lu Yi, what do you want by breaking into my Wild Blade sect's base?" Those who could stand out and speak at this time were either the guardian or the deputy. The others didn't have the qualifications to do so. Lu Yi threw the storage bag in his hand to the man. The man caught it and opened it with a frown. He quickly put it away with an ugly expression. "What's the meaning of this?" This storage bag was clearly passed through his hands to a ghost cultivator in the sect and then sent to the Sky Sword Peak. It was also the property worth 300,000 merit points that the Wild Blade sect paid for it. Lu Yi suddenly returned the storage bag untouched. Obviously, he didn't come with good intentions. "It's not enough. Have you checked it carefully?" The man gritted his teeth. It was impossible that it wasn't enough. This matter was handled by him and a true Lake Stage elder, so he knew better than anyone what was in the storage bag and how much it was worth. Since they chose to pay to avoid disaster, the Wild Blade sect naturally wouldn't skimp on the property. That would undoubtedly be asking for trouble. "You can sell it to the Tianji treasure house now, and see if it's worth 300,000 merit points." Lu Yi looked at him expressionlessly. Although he didn't know the exact value of the property, he was sure that it wouldn't be worth 300,000 merit points if he sold it to the Tianji treasure house. This was because the price of buying and selling from the Tianji treasure house was completely different. The difference was almost double. The man's expression changed. "You're using this method to calculate?" If this was the case, then they would have to pay an equivalent amount of property. This was too much. "Is there a problem?" It wasn't just a problem, it was a big problem. Moreover, as far as he knew, The other factions in the myriad Devil Ridge paid based on the price of what they bought from the Tianji treasure house, and not the value of what they sold. The man was so angry that he laughed. Lu Ye, don't be greedy. Are you scolding me? Lu Yi stared at him. I'm not. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed greatly. Lu Ye's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, leaving behind afterimages. The man hurriedly took out his spiritual weapon to block. With a boom, the huge force sent the man flying. He fell into the crowd and staggered to his feet, blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. His face was full of shock. One had to know that he was ranked in the 20s on the spirit stream list, but he couldn't even block a normal attack from Lu Yi. Today's matter can't be solved without 20 pieces of saber cultivation experience. Lu Ye's voice slowly sounded. Chapter 431. Third senior brother Shaoxing's saber cultivation experience was of great help to Lu Yi. After all, his third senior brother was only in the true lake stage. Ever since Lu Yi obtained the saber cultivation experience, he had been thinking that it would be great if he had more saber cultivation experience. However, in the entire 9 prefectures, the Haotian Alliance didn't have a sect that was famous for saber cultivation. There was one sword cultivation sect, the North Profound Sword Sect in the War Province. Therefore, all the sword cultivators in the 9 prefectures liked to go to the North Profound Sword Sect to cultivate and improve their sword cultivation. Since Lu Yi was a saber cultivator, there was no point in going to the North Profound Sword Sect. However, he couldn't go to the Wild Saber Sect. The Wild Saber Sect belonged to the Wanmo Ridge. If he dared to go there, he wouldn't even be able to see the moon tonight, let alone the sun tomorrow. Even if he couldn't go to the Wild Saber Sect's main sect, he could at least go to the Wild Saber Sect's encampment in the Spirit Stream battlefield. He didn't expect the experts of the Wild Saber Sect to personally teach him anything. He could just give 20 sets of saber cultivation experience like his third senior brothers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Wild Saber Sect. There were hundreds of sects in the Wanmo Ridge. After he said that, the cultivators of the Wild Saber Sect finally understood Lu Ye's intention, saying that the value of the items in the storage bag was less than 300,000 merit points was all bullshit. The real reason he came here was to ask for saber cultivation experience. Inside the light curtain of the Grand Array, seeing that their guardian had been injured by Lu Yi with a single blow, some people couldn't hold back and rushed towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi lowered his eyes and pointed his saber at the ground. Spiritual energy surged and the saber was surrounded by flames. "Stop!" the man shouted angrily. Seeing that his cultivator stopped, he let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't let his cultivator fight with Lu Yi. If the battle started, many of them would die. The Xianqing Palace was a good example. The first encampment that Lu Yi attacked in the core circle was the Xianqing Palace. In that battle, the Xianqing Palace lost 70 to 80% of its cultivators. It took a long time for them to recover. Although the Wild Blade Sect's grade was higher than the Profound Azure Palaces, the overall strength of the Spirit Stream Realm cultivators wasn't much stronger than the Profound Azure Palaces. If Lu Yi could kill 70% of the cultivators from the Dark Azure Palace, he could also kill 70% of the cultivators from the Wild Saber Sect. If that happened, they wouldn't even be able to protect their own base. After taking a deep breath, the man said, "Lu Yi, don't go too far. If you can't make the decision, then go find someone who can. I still have something important to do, so I'll wait for an hour. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer after an hour, I'll destroy your Mad Blade Sect." The man stared deeply at Lu Yi for a long time before he turned around and said a few words to the people around him before leaving in a hurry. He really couldn't make the decision on such a big matter. He had to return to the 9 regions and ask for instructions from the powerhouses in the sect. Lu Yi sheathed the Pan Shan saber in his hand and placed the scabbard in front of him. He put his hands on the hilt and closed his eyes to rest, waiting. A group of cultivators from the wild saber sect confronted him from several hundred feet away, but because of the order of the guardian before he left, no one dared to act rashly. They could only glare at Lu Yi with hatred, venting their grievances and anger with their eyes. There were also some people who looked at Lu Yi curiously. After all, they had heard of Lu Yi's name many times, but this was the first time they saw him in person. Time passed by slowly. Suddenly, a valiant female cultivator walked out of the crowd with a cup of tea in her hands and offered it to Lu Yi. "Honored guest, please have some tea." Lu Yi opened his eyes and looked at her condescendingly. The corner of the female cultivator's mouth raised into a mocking smile. "You don't dare?" They couldn't beat Lu Yi, but if they didn't fight back after being bullied in front of their door, they wouldn't be fearless swordsmen. Before the guardian left, he told them not to get into a conflict with Lu Yi. Just offering tea naturally didn't count as a conflict, and this was also the way to treat a guest. But no matter who stood in Lu Yi's position, they wouldn't dare to drink this cup of tea casually. Who knew if it was poisoned or not? The female cultivator just wanted to use this method to silently fight back and dispel Lu Yi's arrogance. If Lu Yi didn't dare to take the tea, then the name of Lu Yi the coward would definitely spread in the future. Anyway, this guy had a lot of nicknames, so one more wouldn't matter. Just as the female cultivator was thinking this, Lu Yi raised his hand and took the cup of tea, tilting his head back and drinking it. Who cares if it's poisonous or not, it can't kill him. The corner of the female cultivator's eyes twitched. There was no poison in the tea, but she really didn't expect Lu Yi to be so bold. She secretly regretted it. If she had known, she would have put some poison in the tea. Maybe she would have poisoned this guy to death, and that would have been a great merit. Now it seemed like she really came to serve tea to Lu Yi. In less than half an hour, the man who had left earlier returned. Parting the crowd, he stood in front of the cultivators. Before he could speak, Lu Yi spoke first. "We don't accept any bargaining. Your wild saber sect has been passed down for so many years, and there are countless experts who use sabers. 20 sets of saber technique cultivation notes are nothing to you." The man couldn't say the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Before they came, the elders of the sect had given clear instructions to bargain with Lu Yi as much as possible to see if they could give less of their saber cultivation experience. Although these things were not unique, giving them to Lu Yi would be like giving support to the enemy. Naturally, they would give as little as they could and not give as much as they could. This was different from the property they gave before, but Lu Yi had obviously expected this, so he directly blocked them, leaving the wild saber sect with no chance at all. Taking a deep look at Lu Yi, the man raised his hand and threw out a storage bag, which Lu Yi caught. There was no restriction lock on the storage bag, so he reached in and took out handwritten letters from it. He randomly chose one and opened it. The ink on it was not completely dry, so it should have just been copied. Glancing at the content, he confirmed that it was indeed saber technique cultivation note. He checked several books in a row, but there was no big problem. Only then did Lu Yi carefully put away the saber technique cultivation note. Looking up at the man, he stretched out his hand and said, "The thing." The man's face darkened. "What thing? What else?" Lu Yi said matter-of-factly, "The thing I gave you at the beginning." The man looked at Lu Yi in shock. "You still want to go back?" "Nonsense." Lu Yi was expressionless. "That's the money your wild saber sect used to buy peace. Of course, if you don't want this piece, I don't care." The man was so angry that his liver hurt. He took the storage bag from his waist and threw it directly to Lu Yi. Lu Yi put it away and said, "Do you want me to leave by myself, or do you want to let me go?" "Open the array." The man shouted. Even if they didn't let him go, he could still leave, so why bother? Although he was angry in his heart, the most important thing now was to send this god of plague away as soon as possible. A gap opened in the array, and Lu Yi rushed into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking in the direction Lu Yi left, the cultivators of the wild saber sect all clenched their fists, endless humiliation and anger surging in their hearts. Flying into the air, Lu Yi checked the 10-point map and flew in the direction of Myriad Poison Forest, according to the map's guidance. The matters of the core circle were almost settled. Of the sects of Myriad Demon Ridge, except for the 23 sects that he had broken through before, all of them had paid the peace fee, so Lu Yi couldn't cause any more trouble. He was ready to return to the Blue Blood sect. He was still the guardian of the Blue Blood sect, so he had to transfer the guardian position to the right person before he was promoted to Cloud River Realm. Moreover, he had broken through the 23 sects' encampments and plundered a lot of blessings, so he had to return to the sect to deal with it. In addition, he had too many storage pouches on him, which were worth 50 to 60 million merit points. He had to send them back to the sect and give them to Shui Yuan. With so many things on him, Lu Yi didn't feel at ease. There were still 10 days until the baptism of the Heaven's secret reward. According to his previous experience and Lu Ye's estimation, after this time, the spirit mist in the Heaven's secret pool shouldn't be of much help to him. His cultivation had reached the end of the spirit stream realm, and he had obtained all the benefits he wanted. Besides one more thing, there was no need to stay in the spirit stream battlefield. The reason he was going to Myriad Poison Forest was naturally to leave some cultivation resources for Hua Ci. After confirming the direction, he was flying when the battlefield imprint suddenly sent him a message. Lu Yi checked and found that it was from his second senior sister Shui Yuan. Before you advance to Cloud River Realm, return to the sect. Got it. Lu Yi didn't know why his second senior sister had told him this, but he had planned to return to the encampment anyway. 2 days later, Lu Yi entered Myriad Poison Forest and appeared in front of the wooden house. He didn't see Hua Ci, so she should be cultivating somewhere. Lu Yi didn't look for her. He went to the 3rd floor, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the entire spirit stream battlefield, this was the only place where he could completely relax. Even in the encampment, it wasn't as reassuring as this place. It was a pity that he couldn't stay here forever. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, he was awakened by a fragrance and laughter. When Lu Yi opened his eyes, he discovered that the sky was already bright. Yi and Hua Ci's voices could be heard from outside the window. Lu Yi got up and walked to the window. He looked down and saw smoke curling up from the kitchen. The 2 women were chatting and laughing as they busied themselves. He rested his arms on the windowsill and quietly looked down, his heart filled with warmth. If it weren't for Hua Ci putting some lively and strange little things into a jar to make soup, this warmth would have lasted for a long time. Lu Yi, you're awake? Yi looked up and met Lu Ye's eyes. She raised her hand and greeted him. Lu Yi casually responded. He retracted his head and said, "Call me when you can eat." Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he took out a book on saber cultivation from his storage bag and carefully studied it. The Wild Saber sect was a first-grade sect with the highest concentration of saber users. Since ancient times, there were countless experts who used sabers in the sect. The saber cultivation knowledge passed down was also difficult to calculate. Chapter 432. Lu Yi asked the Wild Saber sect for 20 saber cultivation notes, but to the Wild Saber sect, this was not a problem at all. Moreover, he was sure that the saber cultivation notes given by the Wild Saber sect were more basic and did not involve any advanced cultivation technique. Lu Yi did not expect them to give him anything profound in the first place. Looking at the contents of the notes, he was gradually inspired. That was until Yi came up with a basin, wet a towel, and carefully rubbed it on Lu Ye's face. After a while, in the small courtyard outside the wooden house, Lu Yi and Hua Ci sat opposite each other and ate. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Yi said, "I'm going back to the encampment. I should be breaking through to the Cloud River realm soon. What are your plans?" "Nothing for now," Hua Ci replied casually as she cleaned up. "Are you going to stay here forever?" Lu Yi was puzzled. Don't worry about me. I have my own plans. Anyway, if you work hard on your cultivation, maybe even if I'm at the spirit stream battlefield, I'll improve faster than you. Hua Xi winked at him as she spoke. Lu Yi snorted. Then I'll have to work hard. He stood up, took out his spirit boat, and stepped on it. I've left some cultivation resources for you in the room on the 3rd floor. I'll wait for you at the Cloud River battlefield. Go. Lu Yi nodded and soared into the sky, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. Watching Lu Yi leave, Hua Xi smiled and continued to clean up the messy table. There was not much bitterness in her heart. A short parting was just for a better reunion. When Lu Yi first set off from the encampment to the core circle, he had to ride with giant armor all the way. It took him a total of 10 days to reach the Pill Heart Sect's encampment. But now that his cultivation had increased greatly, his speed and endurance were much better than before. This time, it took him less than 3 days to return to the Jade Blood Sect's encampment. Because of his identity as a guardian, he could quietly enter the defensive formation. But as soon as he entered, he was noticed by the cultivator in charge of monitoring the encampment. He went up to check and saw Lu Yi, exclaiming in joy, "Fifth senior brother is back." The news spread quickly, and people kept gathering here. Lu Yi looked up and saw that there were many cultivators in his encampment. Most of them were unfamiliar faces, and only a small number of them were familiar. Among those unfamiliar faces, there were some who looked very young, only 12 or 13 years old. Lu Yi guessed that these very young people should be the disciples that the sect had recently recruited. As for the older ones, perhaps some of them were from the sect, but most of them were likely disciples from other sects who had come to Blue Blood Sect to cultivate. Looking at the outer ring of the battlefield, there were countless sects, but in terms of the density of world energy, the Blue Blood Sect station was second to none. This was because the last time Lu Yi had come back, he had bought as much world energy as possible. Compared to the outside world, the concentration of spirit chi here was 11 times higher. This was something that no sect in the outer circle could compare with. If they wanted to break this limit, the Blue Blood Sect would have to raise its grade to the 6th stage and move its base to the inner circle of the battlefield. Furthermore, the Jade Blood Sect was currently in the limelight. The nearby Myriad Devil Mountain Sect was suppressed to the point that they could not even raise their heads. Coming here to cultivate would not only ensure the efficiency of their cultivation, but also ensure their safety. Therefore, the sects that were on good terms with the Jade Blood Sect were more than happy to send their disciples here. The only drawback was that the speed of gaining merit points was a little slow. In the base, there were many pairs of eyes that were filled with curiosity, admiration, reverence, and all sorts of other emotions. Lu Yi was stunned to find that the cultivators he was familiar with in the past were basically nowhere to be seen. For example, Kong Niu, Ruan Lingyu, He Xin, Gu Yang, and the others had all entered the inner circle. The spirit stream battlefield had always been like this. The new generation replaced the old, and the cultivators were always rushing about the huge battlefield, fighting for their own cultivation and future. The ones who could survive the waves and waves would be the final winners. Lu Yi didn't even know who the deputy guardian of the Blue Blood Sect was. After entering the Tianji Hall, he exchanged the blessings obtained from the myriad Devil Mountain Sect stations for merit points. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the number representing the sect's merit points rapidly increased. It had to be known that the 20 to 30 sect stations in the inner circle had been destroyed, and all of their blessings had been taken away by Lu Yi alone. Even if they had lost a lot during the plundering, the number of blessings obtained in the end was still extremely terrifying. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the sect's merit points were fixed at a number that started with 3 words and was counted in units of 10 million. Looking at the entire spirit stream battlefield, the Blue Blood Sect was probably the only sect with such a huge amount of merit points. With so many merit points, the range of the Blue Blood Sect station could be expanded by more than 10 times. However, Lu Yi didn't plan to use these merit points for the time being. The grade of the sect would definitely increase, and it was only a matter of time. Once the grade of the sect increased to the level where it could be moved to the inner circle, it would inevitably cost a lot of merit points. Currently, the Blue Blood sect station didn't have anything to spend merit points on, so there was no harm in saving up more. He only gave himself a monthly salary, which brought his merit points to a round number of 100,000. He used the Tianji pillar to return to the sect. Shui Yuan, who had already received the news, was waiting in front of the Tianji hall. When she sensed the commotion, she looked up and saw Lu Yi walking out with a ring of storage bags hanging from his waist. She couldn't help but laugh. She had long heard that this little junior brother of hers had asked the remaining hundreds of myriad Devil Mountain sect stations for a lot of benefits after conquering more than 20 stations. Now, it seemed that the benefits were quite a lot. Second senior sister. Lu Yi stepped forward. Shui Yuan nodded and looked him up and down. You've become darker and stronger. Exposed to the elements, there's nothing I can do about it. As he spoke, he took off the storage bags hanging from his waist and handed them all to Shui Yuan. He immediately felt relaxed. So much. Shui Yuan only knew that Lu Yi had made a fortune this time, but she didn't know how much. After all, the myriad Devil Mountain sect hadn't spread the news in detail. Now that she checked, she was shocked to discover that the myriad Devil Mountain sect had lost a lot of blood this time. Leave it for the sect to develop. You can deal with it as you see fit. Lu Yi said, I'll go pay a visit to the sect master. The old man isn't here. Shui Yuan said. Then I'll go pay a visit to Madame Yun. Every time he returned from outside, these two elders had to pay their respects immediately. This was etiquette. Wait a moment. Shui Yuan shouted, then took out a wooden box from her storage bag and handed it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi took it and opened it to see that there were 2 jade bottles inside. The bottles were filled with some amber-colored spirit pills, each of them about the size of a soybean. I refined it with the honey you got giant armor to bring back. It has the effect of nourishing one's skin. Madame Yun should like it if I give it to her. Women would always care about their appearance, especially older women. They were afraid that one day they would lose their beauty. Therefore, in the cultivation world, things that had the effect of nourishing one's skin were generally sought after by female cultivators. Lu Yi was surprised. Then honey has such an effect? He really didn't know. Previously, giant armor was forced to advance to the Cloud River realm in the Forest of 1,000 Poisons. Before returning to the sect, Lu Yi brought back a large amount of honey for Shui Yuan to study and see if it could be used to refine pills that could restore spiritual energy. But now, it seemed that there weren't any pills that could restore spiritual energy, but pills that could nourish one's skin were refined. Yes, I've tried. Shui Yuan said with a smile. And bringing this thing is better than bringing fish every time. Second senior sister is thoughtful. With that said, Lu Yi simply gave all the honey he had stored to Shui Yuan. Since honey had the effect of nourishing one's skin, it would be a waste to leave it in his hands. As for the royal jelly, there wasn't much left. Lu Yi also gave it to Shui Yuan. As for how to deal with it, it was up to second senior sister. He took out his spirit weapon and went straight to Bright Heart Peak to meet Madame Yun. He presented the gifts he brought. As expected, Madame Yun was beaming with joy and was in a good mood. She praised Lu Yi for being filial and sensible. However, there were still necessary tests. During this period of time outside, Lu Yi's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Tattoos had improved, so it wasn't difficult for him to deal with Madame Yun's tests. Lu Yi benefited a lot from her guidance. He returned the books he had borrowed before and borrowed a new batch of books. Lu Yi realized that he had already read almost half of the books on the Tao of Spirit Tattoos that Madame Yun had collected. In the evening, Lu Yi bade farewell to Madame Yun. After you advance to the Cloud River realm, come and find me. Yes. Go. As usual, it was the servant girl who didn't speak and only knew how to smile that sent Lu Yi out. Every time Lu Yi saw this servant girl, he had a strange feeling. He always felt that this servant girl wasn't as real as what he saw when he returned to Jade Tripod Peak. Second senior sister had already prepared a table of medicinal dishes. Lu Yi swung his arms and ate heartily. "Oh right, second senior sister, why do you want me to return to the sect before I advance to the Cloud River realm?" Lu Yi asked as he ate. "Nothing much. I just want you to advance in the sect's encampment so that the disciples can observe properly. Also, the old man said that your advancement this time might be a little unusual." "Unusual? It's not convenient to tell you now because the old man isn't sure. When you advance, you'll know whether it's true or not," Shui Yuan said as she picked up food for Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded and said, "Then second senior sister, tell me about the Cloud River battlefield." After he advanced to the Cloud River realm, he would enter the Cloud River battlefield. Naturally, he had to understand some information about the Cloud River battlefield in advance. Cloud River battlefield. Shui Yuan's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. She pursed her lips and smiled. That place is completely different from the Spirit Stream battlefield. Moreover, the Cloud River battlefield is much more interesting than the Spirit Stream battlefield. However, it's also much more dangerous. Shui Yuan had obviously also experienced the Cloud River battlefield. She immediately explained some of the rules of the Cloud River battlefield to Lu Yi. Lu Yi listened carefully and memorized it. At the end, Shui Yuan reminded him, "Remember one thing. In the Cloud River battlefield, the myriad Devil Ridge is not an eternal enemy. Sometimes you even need to cooperate to achieve your goals." Understood. Chapter 433. The next day, in the outer ring of the Spirit Stream battlefield, Jade Blood Sect's station, Lu Yi sat and waited in the meeting hall. After a while, two people stepped in and saluted Lu Yi together, fifth senior brother. Lu Yi put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the two. They were both familiar faces and could be said to be the first batch of disciples to join Jade Blood Sect. However, because they were rogue cultivators and didn't have high aptitude, even after such a long time, their cultivation hadn't improved much. Now, one of them was a 7th order and the other a 6th order. Even so, it was much better than their ambitions as rogue cultivators. When they joined Jade Blood Sect, they were only 3rd or 4th order cultivators. They thought that they would at most reach the 7th or 8th order in their lifetime, but now it seemed that they could still look forward to the future. The cultivation environment of the Blue Blood Sect's encampment was excellent, and there was an abundance of cultivation resources. Therefore, even the loose cultivators had grown beyond their potential. Lu Yi looked at the 7th order cultivator, Duan Yi. "Yes. Transfer your authority as the vice envoy to Qing Mu." Qing Mu was the 6th order cultivator. "Yes." Duan Yi responded and respectfully asked Tianji to transfer his authority as the vice envoy and his vice envoy seal to Qing Mu. After he was done, Lu Yi handed over the authority and seal of the vice envoy to Duan Yi. In this way, the 7th order cultivator Duan Yi became the vice envoy, and the 6th order cultivator Qing Mu became the vice envoy. Choosing Qing Mu as the vice envoy was not Lu Ye's idea. It was a comprehensive consideration after consulting his second senior sister last night. At present, the new generation of disciples of Jade Blood Sect was still growing and couldn't support the sect for the time being, so the vice envoy and the vice envoy could only be chosen from the earliest batch of disciples to join. Duan Yi and Qing Mu's aptitude was indeed not very good, but they were steady. They handled things well. In the current Jade Blood Sect station, their strength was still acceptable. The reason why he didn't choose other 7th order cultivators as the vice envoy was mainly because the 7th order was not far from the 8th order. Once they reached the 8th order, they would have to leave the station. Choosing a 6th order cultivator would allow them to stay in the station for a longer time. When Qing Mu broke through to the 7th order, Duan Yi would be about to leave, and Cheng Mu would take over. When Gu Yang took over the position of deputy guardian, I told him to take care of the encampment. They also needed to find candidates for the next guardian and deputy guardian. I will say the same thing to all of you. In the future, I'll need the two of you to take care of the outpost. We will definitely not disappoint the sect and fifth senior brother. The two of them declared together. Lu Yi nodded lightly. Go. Cultivate well. There was no need to care about aptitude or talent. Your future is not limited to the outer ring of the battlefield. After the two of them left, Lu Yi walked out of the meeting hall. He flew up on his weapon. They arrived at a nearby spiritual peak. Little Gray flapped its wings and walked over. Lu Yi took out a blood-red trout from his storage bag and fed it. Xiao Hui ate them one by one as if they were bugs. Lu Yi stroked its feathers. When eldest brother left the spirit stream battlefield all those years ago, he asked you to take good care of the sect space. Now that we've passed the most difficult time, the days ahead will only get better. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. You don't have to guard this place anymore. Of course, you can come back whenever you want. If you're willing to stay, that's even better. Little Gray was an overlord-level monster beast and undoubtedly understood human nature, so Lu Yi knew that it could understand his words. The Blue Blood sect had declined for 30 years, and Little Gray had guarded the outpost for 30 years. Even if there were no disciples in the outpost, it still adhered to eldest brother's instructions and never left. The little eagle from back then had gradually grown into an overlord-level existence. However, it was still a flying eagle. It also yearned for freedom and the sky, so Lu Yi felt that. You can give it more freedom and choice. As for how Little Gray would choose, that was its own business. A moment later, Lu Yi soared into the sky on his weapon. He quickly disappeared. After a while, the loud cry of an eagle sounded. In the outpost, many disciples of the Blue Blood sect looked over and saw Little Gray's figure flapping its wings and flying away. It flew all the way east at an extremely fast speed. 5 days later, Lu Yi landed at the top of a flat mountain. This peak was extremely strange. It was as if some peerless expert had cut off the spiritual peak with a single slash. The peak was flat and smooth like a mirror. There were still some dark bloodstains left on the peak, indicating that a great battle had once broken out here. Golden Light Peak. Back then, he had fought 43 battles here with his 5th Order Spirit Stream Realm cultivation, killing many 6th Order Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators and finally winning himself a chance to live. This was where Lu Yi became famous. It was also where his legend began. In a flash, it had been almost 2 years. Time had passed so quickly. In 2 years, he had gone from the 5th Order Spirit Stream Realm to the 9th Heaven Realm. This cultivation speed was already very fast. Only those cultivators from top sects with excellent talent could hope to compete with Lu Yi. Rumor had it that the Golden Light Peak contained an opportunity because the terrain here was created by a saber master. There were remnants of that master's saber techniques here. However, Lu Yi did not feel anything special here. He continued on his journey all the way forward. A day later, he passed by a spiritual peak. Below it was a valley. Back then, he rode on Hu Po and shouted, "Lu Yi is here." In that valley, Lan Yu Dai and Big Dipper sects cultivators blocked the Myriad Demons Ridge's pursuers for him, fighting a bloody battle. He continued to move forward, walking the path he had taken 2 years ago. 2 years ago, he was so weak. He rode on Hu Po and set off from Blue Cloud Mountain with Yi. He held a 10-point map in his hand and set off towards Blue Blood sect's encampment. Along the way, he had experienced many hardship, but 2 years later, he could cross the road in one day that he could not complete in 1 or 2 months back then. Now, he had also grown into an overlord. His emotions were fluctuating. The sky in the outer circle was very calm, unlike the inner circle. When flying on artifacts, he would occasionally encounter some cultivators flying on artifacts. The cultivators in the outer circle did not have high cultivation and did not even have the capital to fly on artifacts, so how could he encounter anyone? After setting off from Blue Blood Sect's encampment, Lu Yi arrived at the encampment of a Grand Heaven Alliance sect after 10 days. The 10-point map showed that this was Blue Feather Mountain. There were 2 powerhouses from the Myriad Demons Ridge nearby. One was the Supreme Luo sect, and the other was the Qin clan. At the intersection of the 3 powerhouses, there was a 100-peak mountain with a total of 100 peaks. In the past 2 years, Lu Yi had killed many people from the Supreme Luo sect and the Qin clan here. Landing outside the encampment of the Blue Feather Mountain, Lu Yi sized up the defensive formation before him. The reaction of the sects in the outer circle was much worse than the inner circle. When Lu Yi had attacked those sects in the inner circle, each time he appeared, he would be detected immediately and cause chaos. However, when he arrived at the encampment of the Blue Feather Mountain, no one here had detected him. It wasn't until a long time later that a cultivator passing by saw Lu Yi standing outside the Grand Array and immediately became vigilant. Just when Lu Yi was about to introduce himself, suddenly, he frowned as if a heavenly secret had descended. The baptism bestowed by the heavenly secret had arrived. This was the 4th baptism he had experienced after reaching the 1st place of the Spirit Stream ranking. According to his previous experience and estimation, after this baptism, the baptism bestowed by the heavenly secret would not be of much use to him. He did not resist and allowed the heavenly secret to guide him. His vision changed, and he soon appeared in the heavenly secret pond. Just as Lu Yi had expected, although the spiritual mist in the heavenly secret pond was still dense, it did not increase Lu Ye's strength by much. Not only him, but Yi and Hu Po were the same. He had reached his limit. In other words, even if Lu Yi continued to stay in the spirit stream stage, he would not gain any benefit. He had already accumulated what he needed to, and it was time to advance to the Cloud River stage. At the same time, inside the encampment of the Blue Feather Mountain, the cultivator who had seen Lu Yi called a group of people over. Among them was the guardian of the Blue Feather Mountain, Su Zining. "Where is he?" Su Zining's gaze swept over, but he did not see anyone. "He was here just now. I don't know why he suddenly disappeared." The cultivator who had seen Lu Yi pointed to a place and explained. "Suddenly disappeared?" Su Zining frowned. Could it be a ghost cultivator? Only ghost cultivators had the ability to suddenly disappear. "Did you see his cultivation?" Su Zining asked again. "I didn't see him. He disappeared too quickly." Su Zining's expression became serious. "Pass down the order. Have the disciples in the sect remain vigilant. If there are any suspicious people or things, report it immediately." Su Zining was unsure of that person's identity and intentions, so he naturally prepared for the worst. Everyone acknowledged, and the hundreds of cultivators in the Blue Feather Mountain immediately entered a state of battle readiness. Lu Yi did not expect that his appearance would cause the Blue Feather Mountain to be so vigilant. The timing was too coincidental. He had just arrived at the Blue Feather Mountain encampment when the heavenly secret reward arrived. An hour later, Lu Yi appeared outside the Blue Feather Mountain encampment again, at the place where he had disappeared. He immediately felt someone looking at him. He looked up and saw a few cultivators looking at him warily. One of them shouted, "Who are you?" Lu Yi looked at them. "Jade Blood Sect's Lu Yi has come to visit." The Blue Feather Mountain was a sect of the Grand Heaven Alliance. He naturally would not casually barge into their encampment. Moreover, he was indebted to the Blue Feather Mountain. Jade Blood Sect's Lu Yi? One of the cultivators frowned. For some reason, he felt that the name was familiar, but he could not remember where he had heard it before. Lu Yi had been wandering in the core circle recently. Previously, he was in the inner circle, so recently, there were not many rumors about him in the outer circle. This caused the cultivators in the outer circle to be stunned when they heard his name. However, that person soon remembered. He pointed at Lu Yi and said with a trembling finger, You're the spirit stream top disciple, Lu Yi. Everyone knew about Lu Yi. How could they know about Lu Yi? Yes. Several cultivators immediately became excited. Someone hurriedly ran inside and prepared to report. How could the cultivators in the outer circle have the chance to see the spirit stream top disciple? Moreover, to many cultivators in the Grand Heaven Alliance, Jade Blood Sect's Lu Yi was already an invincible symbol. Also, the sect-destroying Yi and the Spirit Stream top 3 disasters were not titles that ordinary people could achieve. Chapter 434. A moment later, Lu Yi and Su Zining took their seats in the main hall of Green Feather Mountain's encampment. It could be seen that even a guardian like Su Zining was quite reserved in front of Lu Yi, not to mention the others. Green Feather Mountain was now an 8th-grade sect, and the strongest in the entire sect was only at the True Lake realm. Although there were a few Spirit Stream realm cultivators in the core circle, they were limited by their aptitude and talent. At most, they could cultivate to the 8th order heaven grade. It could be said that Green Feather Mountain had never had a 9th order heaven grade cultivator at the Spirit Stream realm. Lu Yi, the Spirit Stream sect's top disciple, suddenly coming over naturally made Su Zining feel a mountain of pressure. He still didn't know the purpose of Lu Yi's sudden visit. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Yi asked casually, "How is senior brother Tang Wu recently?" When his identity was exposed and he was chased by cultivators from Myriad Demon Ridge, Tang Wu had appeared to resolve the crisis for him. If Tang Wu hadn't appeared in time to stop Han Zhiyu, he would have been in big trouble. Senior brother Tang Wu has already reached the Cloud River realm. "Thank you for your concern, senior brother Yi," Su Zining replied. Lu Yi wasn't surprised to hear that Tang Wu had reached the Cloud River realm. Tang Wu was already at the 9th order 2 years ago, and 2 years later, it was time for him to break through. However, Lu Yi estimated that Tang Wu had broken through at the 7th or 8th order heaven grade. He then asked about Xie Jin, Qiao Qiao or Song Xie, Tao Tiangang, and Mu Ling who had healed him back then. Su Zining replied, "Senior brother Xie, senior sister Qiao, and senior sister Mu have all entered the inner circle. Senior brother Song and senior brother Tao have already died." Lu Yi was silent. It had only been 2 years, but things had changed. The growth of cultivators couldn't avoid killing, and all kinds of dangers. Su Zining was very curious. How does senior brother Yi know so many of our senior brothers and senior sisters? Lu Yi smiled. "Didn't they tell you that I participated in the 100 Peak Mountain War 2 years ago? I fought side by side with your senior brothers and senior sisters at that time." Su Zining couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't know about this matter and had never heard anyone mention it before. Lu Yi's words today. Suddenly, he felt that the top ranker of the Spirit Stream sect had become much more amiable. "Do you need me to call senior brother Xie and senior sister Qiao back?" "No need." Lu Yi waved his hand. "It's a long journey to the inner circle. They'll only waste their cultivation time going back and forth. I'm here to do something. I'll leave once I'm done. What does senior brother Yi want to do? If you need anything from Green Feather Mountain, just let me know. We'll have to ask Green Feather Mountain for help." Lu Yi looked at Su Zining. "I want to enter the Dragon Spring." Su Zining was puzzled. Senior brother Yi is already a 9th order heaven grade cultivator. He shouldn't be of much use in the Dragon Spring. Lu Yi shook his head. "I have my reasons." Saying so, he untied a storage bag from his waist and pushed it in front of Su Zining. "I'll have to trouble you to return to Green Feather Mountain's sect and report this matter to your sect's elders. I know it's not time for the Dragon Spring to open yet, but I think your sect should have a way to let me in. These things will be my compensation." Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation P. Su Zi Ning hurriedly said, "There's no need for compensation. Since senior brother Yi Yi has a request, I'll report it truthfully." Lu Yi smiled and slapped the storage bag into his hand. "This compensation is for Green Feather Mountain. You'll have to listen to your sex elders." Su Zi Ning thought for a moment and nodded. Then, "Senior brother Yi Yi, please wait a moment. I'll return to the sect." "Thank you." Su Zi Ning left and Lu Yi waited in the hall. In just an hour he returned. At the same time, he was accompanied by a middle-aged man. Lu Yi stood up. Su Zi Ning introduced, "Senior brother Yi Yi, this is Elder Yi Yang of my Green Feather Mountain." Lu Yi bowed. "Greetings, Elder Yi." Since he was an elder of Green Feather Mountain, then he was definitely a true Lake Realm expert. However, because he'd entered the Spirit Stream battlefield, the strength he revealed was only on par with Tian Ba. Yi Yang sized Lu Yi up and stroked his beard. "I've heard of Jade Blood Sect's Lu Yi's reputation for a long time. Now that I've met you, you really are a dragon amongst men. Every generation produces new geniuses. I have no choice but to admit that I'm old. You're too kind, Elder Yi. I truly feel sorry for making you come all the way here." Lu Yi made small talk. He knew that Lu Yi was being so courteous to him. Firstly, it was because of his potential. Secondly, there were quite a few things in the storage bag that he'd given away. It was worth an entire 300,000 merit points, and it was something that Lu Yi had specially left behind. If it wasn't for that, then why would an elder like Lu Yi lower himself to come to the Spirit Stream battlefield? A true Lake Realm expert like Yi Yang would have to spend a huge amount of merit points just to enter the Spirit Stream battlefield. "Little friend, you're exaggerating. Sit down and talk." Yi Yang gestured with his hand. He sat down again with Su Zining beside him. "I heard from Zining that you want to enter the Dragon Spring?" Yi Yang asked. "Is it convenient for you?" Yi Yang said, "It's difficult for others to enter, but it's very easy for you." "Why is that?" Lu Yi was puzzled. Yi Yang smiled. "If you want to enter the Dragon Spring, the Green Feather Mountain, the Tai Luo sect, and the Qin clan must agree. Only then can the Dragon Spring be opened. The Dragon Spring is related to the tempering of the disciples of the three clans. So, even if the Green Feather Mountain agrees and the other two clans don't, there's no way to open the Dragon Spring. Those two clans might not be willing to let others in, but with your reputation, I'm sure they won't dare to disagree. Would the Tai Luo sect and the Qin clan dare to say no if the House Destroyer Yi wanted to enter the Dragon Spring? Although the Spirit Stream battlefield had its own rules and the matters of the Outer Circle were handled by the people of the Outer Circle, the Myriad Devil Ridge had broken the rules more than once because they were targeting Lu Yi. Therefore, if Lu Yi broke the rules, most likely no one from the Myriad Devil Ridge would dare to say anything. If the Tai Luo sect and the Qin clan dared to disagree, Lu Yi could destroy their encampment with a lift of his hand. "I see." Lu Yi nodded. "It seems I will have to make another trip to the Tai Luo sect and the Qin clan." "That's right." Yi Yang nodded. "As long as you can persuade the Tai Luo sect and the Qin clan, the Green Feather Mountain will have no objections." This was the benefit of giving enough benefit. Yi Yang didn't even ask why Lu Yi wanted to enter the Dragon Spring. Of course, an experienced martial artist like him knew that everyone had their own secret. It was not a wise move to rashly pry into other people's secrets. Lu Yi stood up immediately. "Then I will make a trip," Yi Yang said with a smile. "I will wait for your good news at the Dragon Spring peak of the 100-Peak Mountain." The encampment of the Tai Luo sect and the Qin clan was not far from the Green Feather Mountain encampment. It was only a few dozen miles away. The situation between the encampments of the sects in the Outer Circle was mostly the same. After all, the martial artists in the Outer Circle were not powerful. If the distance was too far, it would be difficult for any conflicts to occur. In the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Lu Yi arrived at the Tai Luo sect's encampment under the guidance of the map. Lu Yi didn't have a good impression of the Tai Luo sect. In the past, Han Zhiyu had tried to kill him. It was also this woman who had repeatedly exposed his past, causing Lu Yi to have a hard time fighting more than 46th order martial artists. Lu Yi flew through the air and landed before the light curtain of the defensive array. He unsheathed the mountain coiling saber and slashed down. He didn't even use the flash saber technique for this slash. He only used the dual sharpness spirit rune. However, the light curtain of the defensive array shattered under this slash. The defensive arrays of the sects in the outer circle were generally weaker than the ones in the inner and core circles. This wasn't because the Tai Luo sect didn't have enough merit points to buy a good array foundation, but because the density of the world energy here was not as high as the inner and core circles. For something like a defensive array, the denser the world energy, the more effective it would be. Therefore, the density of the world energy in a sect's encampment was directly related to the power of the defensive array. With Lu Ye's current strength, he could break the defensive arrays of the sects in the outer circle with a single slash. The destruction of the defensive array caused a huge commotion. For a moment, many Tai Luo sect cultivators rushed out from their cultivation ground. No one knew what had happened, so the scene was chaotic. It wasn't until someone saw a figure floating in the sky on a spirit artifact that they started to panic. A 7th order cultivator stood up and asked boldly, "May I ask which fellow Taoist has come to our sect, and why you have broken our Tai Luo sect's defensive array?" The newcomer was definitely from Grand Heaven Alliance. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for him to break their sect's defensive array. Moreover, judging from the aura of the newcomer, he was at least a cultivator who cultivated a heaven-grade secret art. Therefore, this 7th order cultivator couldn't understand why a cultivator who should be cultivating in the core circle would come to the outer circle to show off. "Blue blood sect, Lu Yi," Lu Yi said indifferently. When he introduced himself as Lu Yi at Blue Feather Mountain, no one could react. Now that he introduced himself as Lu Yi, the expressions of the Tai Luo sect cultivators changed drastically. They all retreated as if Lu Yi was some kind of scourge. "Call your elders here. I will wait for him at 100 Peaks Mountain's Dragon Spring Peak." With that, Lu Yi turned and left. Of course, he had the strength to kill all of the cultivators here, but only the weak would wield their blades against the weak. Not to mention, with his current Heavenly 9 cultivation base, if he really did kill these people, who knew how many merit points he would lose? Therefore, from beginning to end, he didn't intend to kill anyone. After he left, the Tai Luo sect's encampment was in chaos. Immediately, someone returned to the sect and reported the matter. For a moment, the Tai Luo sect's headquarters was on guard. They didn't know why the sect exterminator Yi had suddenly come to their encampment and asked the older generation to speak up. At this time, Lu Yi had already arrived at the Qin clan's encampment. Just like before, he broke the defensive array of the Qin clan's encampment, left a message, and left. A moment later, Lu Yi landed on 100 Peaks Mountain's Dragon Spring Peak. 2 years ago, he came here once and entered the Dragon Spring to temper his body. He obtained a scale. Now, his state of mind was completely different. There was a main hall on Dragon Spring Peak that was built by Blue Feather Mountain and Tai Luo sect together. The passage to the Dragon Spring was hidden under the main hall. Chapter 435. When Lu Yi entered the main hall, Yi Yang of the Green Feather Mountain had already arrived and was waiting for him. When he saw him arrive, Yi Yang chuckled. "You're so fast." "Excuse me." Walking into the main hall, Lu Yi followed the memory of entering the Dragon Spring to temper his body last time and came to a corner of the main hall. There should be an entrance here that led to the underground, but from the looks of it, the entrance was not obvious at all. It was obvious that there was some kind of method or restriction covering the entrance. Lu Yi looked for a moment and did not see anything. Then, he activated the spiritual patterns to strengthen his eyes. He didn't know if people from the Supreme Luo sect and the Qin clan would come. If these two houses were timid and did not dare to come, then he would have to open the dragon spring himself. He more or less had some experience in breaking formations. However, after observing for a moment, he realized that he had somewhat underestimated the barriers here. Even when he activated the spiritual patterns, he did not see much, not to mention breaking the barriers. Lu Yi suddenly asked, "Elder Yi, did the restriction that covers the entrance of this place originally exist?" Yi Yang said, "That's right." "Then how did your sect and those two houses learn the way to open it?" Yi Yang chuckled and said, "In fact, we don't know the way to open it, we only borrowed a piece of jade." According to the records of the sect, strange natural phenomena had attracted the attention of the Green Feather Mountain and the Supreme Luo sect. After a great battle, they found a piece of jade here. At that time, our sect and the Supreme Luo sect were on par with each other. Therefore, in the end, the jade was divided into two parts, which were kept by the Green Feather Mountain and the Supreme Luo sect. When needed, the two could be combined into one to open the passage to the Dragon Spring. Later on, when the Supreme Luo sect felt that they were not a match for the Green Feather Mountain, they roped in the Qin clan. Only this way, they were able to contend against the Qin clan until today. Because they wanted to rope in the Qin clan, the Supreme Luo sect had split the half-jade plate they were keeping into two. Therefore, if we want to open the Dragon Spring, we must combine the jade plate held by the three houses. I see. What did you see? Yi Yang asked. The Green Feather Mountain had also studied the Dragon Spring. Unfortunately, they did not gain much. Lu Yi shook his head. I didn't see anything, I only felt that the barriers here were not set up by ordinary people. While the two of them were talking, Lu Yi suddenly turned his head and looked outside. Outside the main hall, two figures walked in side by side. They did not appear to be young and should be the elite warriors of the Supreme Luo sect and the Qin clan. Yi Yang's brows raised, and he scolded with a smile on his face. You two old bastards are still alive? One of them spoke in a low voice. Even you, Yi Yang, are still alive, so how can we die? Both of them had interacted with each other in the Spirit Stream battlefield when they were younger. However, due to the distance between their respective sects, it was very difficult for them to meet after they had all ascended to the Cloud River realm. In the blink of an eye, over 100 years had passed. When they met again, he was no longer as high-spirited as before. She couldn't help but sigh. This little friend is Luye? The old man who spoke looked at Luye. Yi Yang said, Young brother Yi, let me introduce them to you. This fellow who likes to spout shit is the Tai Luo sect's Zhao Xian, and that mute over there is the Qin clan's Qin Ming. Qin Ming snorted coldly to show that he wasn't a mute. Zhao Xian of the Supreme Luo sect looked at Lu Yi. Young brother, you're really impressive. The dignified Spirit Stream champion is not hanging around in the core circle, but has come to the outer circle to break the defensive formation of our sect and the Qin clan. What do you intend to do? Regardless of whether it was Zhao Xian or Qin Ming, both of them were at the 8th level of the Sky Realm. However, they didn't show the slightest bit of fear when facing Lu Yi. It was because they knew that if it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. If Lu Yi really wanted to harm them, then it was useless to be afraid. The strength of the Spirit Stream champion was obtained through repeated slashes. Moreover, when Lu Yi ascended the Spirit Stream champion, he was only at the 8th level of the Sky Realm. Now, he was at the 9th level, and no one in the entire Spirit Stream battlefield was a match for him. Although both of them were at the True Lake stage, they probably couldn't even withstand a single slash from Lu Yi on the Spirit Stream battlefield. Open the Dragon Spring. Zhao Xian understood when he heard these words. Just as I thought. When he had received the message from his disciple, he had felt that Lu Yi had his eyes on Long Quan. Otherwise, why would a top disciple of the Spirit Stream sect come to such a remote place? Only Long Quan would be able to attract the attention of those experts. Qin Ming, who hadn't spoken until now, said, "Can I ask why you want to enter the Dragon Spring? With your current strength, even if you enter the Dragon Spring to temper your body, you won't get much benefit. It would be completely useless." This was also what Zhao Xian wanted to know. Lu Yi pondered for a moment, then said, "There is a mortal who has lived to 100 years old, and is still hale and hearty and healthy. Do you too know why?" Zhao Xian frowned and said, "When a mortal reaches 100 years old, they are already very old. Unless they have cultivated a body-nourishing technique." Lu Yi shook his head. Qin Ming said, "Then he must have consumed a spiritual medicine that can prolong his life." Lu Yi shook his head again. "Why is that?" "Because old people never meddle in other people's business." Zhao Xian and Qin Ming were stunned when they heard this, but they finally understood what Lu Yi meant. Zhao Xian said, "The Dragon Spring is related to the tempering of the disciples of the 3 sections. How can this be meddling in other people's business? If you don't explain it clearly, then forgive me for not cooperating." Lu Yi rubbed the hilt of his saber with his fingers. "If I slash down, I don't know how many of your disciples will survive. You'd better consider it seriously." Zhao Xen waved his hand. "There's no need to consider it. If anyone else wants to enter the Dragon Spring, my Tai Luo sect will definitely not agree. Since you want to enter, then let's enter. Brother Qin, what do you think?" Qin Ming nodded. "I have no objections." Yi Yang took a step forward and said with a smile, "Then let's open it." "Open." The 3 of them each took out their own jade slit rings and poured their spiritual energy into them. The 3 jade slit rings glowed and attracted each other, quickly piecing together. It was a jade slit ring in the shape of a dragon. The jade slit ring vibrated, as if there was an invisible force resonating with it. Accompanied by a buzzing sound from the belly of the mountain, a hole suddenly opened in a corner of the hall. It was dark and led underground. The 3 of them raised their hands and put away the 3 jade slit rings. "The matter here is done. Farewell." As soon as Zhao Xian finished speaking, he cupped his fists and intended to leave. Lu Yi revealed an inquiring expression as he gazed at Yi Yang. Yi Yang said, "They have nothing to do with us once we open the Dragon Spring, and this place will close automatically in a few days." Lu Yi nodded. Zhao Xian and Qin Ming immediately flashed out of the hall, withdrew their flying spirit artifacts, and shot into the sky before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Even though they seemed composed before Lu Yi, they were actually very nervous in their hearts. If they weren't afraid of infuriating Lu Yi, they wouldn't have dared to make this trip no matter what. "Young brother, go on in. I'll keep watch outside for you." "Thank you." Lu Yi went all the way down through the entrance. Just like the last time, there was a spiral staircase at the bottom. As he went deeper, the sound of hollow footsteps resounded. He walked for a long time before he finally arrived at the bottom and arrived before a bronze door. The bronze door was heavy, ancient, and extremely ancient. The figure of an enormous dragon was carved on the door, and it seemed like it was alive and extremely lifelike. The door was already open, and light red mist surged within it. Lu Yi stepped in and instantly felt a sense of weightlessness. When he sized up his surroundings, he'd already appeared in a secret room that was around 10 meters in length and width. The secret room was filled with light red mist, and there was a spring at the center of the room that surged with spring water. Lu Yi tried to absorb the mist here to temper his body, but he noticed that the blood qi contained within the mist was extremely thin, and it was of little use to a cultivator of the 9th heaven realm like him. This was also the reason why cultivators with slightly higher cultivations weren't able to temper their bodies in the Dragon Spring. It was because the mist contained too few things that were useful to cultivators. If one's cultivation was lower, then the improvement would be quite good, but if one's cultivation was above the 6th or 7th order, then it was practically useless. Yi flashed out from Hu Po's body and looked around curiously before she asked, "Lu Yi, what are you doing here?" To see an old friend, Lu Yi replied casually. An old friend. Yi was puzzled. When Lu Yi tempered his body in the dragon's spring, Hupa hadn't followed him in, so Yi naturally hadn't come in as well. So, she didn't know what Lu Yi had encountered in the dragon's spring. While speaking, Lu Yi sat down cross-legged. Thinking back to his last experience, when he was tempering his body in the dragon's spring, he seemed to have a pair of huge blood-red eyes staring at him. At that time, and even for a long time afterwards, he felt that it might be an illusion. But as his cultivation grew higher and his understanding of the cultivation world of the 9 states deepened, Lu Yi gradually understood that it shouldn't be an illusion. What's more, he had obtained a scale in the dragon spring. That should be a genuine dragon scale. After obtaining the Phoenix True Fire, Lu Yi specifically sent a message to his second senior sister and learned about the so-called 4 sacred beasts: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. These were the 4 legendary sacred beasts of the 9 states cultivation world. The Vermilion Bird did exist, and the Phoenix True Fire that Lu Yi obtained was the best proof. And according to his second senior sister's speculation, Hupo should have the bloodline of the White Tiger, because there had never been a tiger-type monster beast that could transform its spirit body into a nightmare spirit, but Hupo had such an ability. In addition, Hupa had many divine abilities that tiger-type monster beasts didn't have. If the Vermilion Bird and the White Tiger existed, then the Azure Dragon and the Black Tortoise must also exist. It was only at this time that Lu Yi was sure that what he obtained in the dragon's spring was a real dragon scale. The dragon scale stored the dragon blood of a true dragon, which was why it had such a powerful effect on tempering his body. And this was the dragon spring, and the dragon scale was obtained from the dragon spring. Therefore, Lu Yi guessed that a true dragon was suppressed under the dragon spring. He came all the way here for no other reason than to get more dragon scales. This thing's effect on tempering his body was too strong. Whether it was himself, Hupu, or the giant armor, they all needed it. How to get more dragon scales was the problem. Last time, the dragon scale suddenly appeared in front of him. In other words, it was given to him by the true dragon that was suppressed here. He felt that the huge blood-red eyes should be the dragon's eyes. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. The true dragon that was suppressed here had given him a dragon scale for no reason. It must have wanted something, so Lu Yi felt that he could start from this aspect. Chapter 436. Shui Yuan knew that Lu Yi had a dragon scale because she had seen Lu Yi use the blood qi in the dragon scale to temper his body. At that time, she had asked Lu Yi about the origin of the dragon scale, and Lu Yi naturally did not hide it. Shui Yuan speculated that there might be some secret or opportunity hidden under the dragon spring. Lu Yi had long made up his mind that when his cultivation reached the limit of the spirit stream stage, he must make a trip to the 100-Peak Mountain to see if he could obtain more dragon scales. Although the Green Feather Mountain, the Tai Luo sect, and the Qin clan had occupied the dragon spring for so many years, they should not be clear about the situation under the dragon spring. Otherwise, they would have started exploring long ago. In other words, the dragon scale that Lu Yi had obtained might be the only one. If his speculation was true, then there was really a true dragon suppressed under the dragon spring. But why would that true dragon give him a dragon scale for no reason? This was definitely not because of luck or because he was pleasing to the eye, but because of another deeper reason. There was probably something on him that other cultivators did not have. Thinking back to the various things that happened in the dragon spring last time, Lu Yi had a faint guess in his heart. In the secret room, he urged his spiritual power and began to construct one spirit pattern after another. Sharpness, defense, spirit gathering. Bloodstain, sunshine, consolidation, wind travel, heavy pressure. Stab, breath control, insight. Leave a message, leave a picture, spirit storage, scuba, explosion, concealment. Golden arc, thunder attraction, flying wings. Other than the fire phoenix spirit pattern, He used all the spirit patterns that he had mastered so far. He constructed them one by one. He repeated it a total of 3 times. Spiritual power surged, the spirit patterns changed, and the connection was extremely smooth. Even if a spirit pattern master like Madame Yun came here to see it, she would probably be shocked. Because even with her attainments in the Tao of spirit patterns, it was impossible for her to construct so many spirit patterns in such a short period of time, not to mention that she could connect all kinds of spirit patterns without any mistake. However, with the help of the talent tree, Lu Yi easily did it. There was no movement. Lu Yi could not help but frown. Did he make a mistake? If he really made a mistake, then he was afraid that he would have made a wasted trip. He did not feel too much regret. After all, everything here was just his own guess. His understanding of the cultivation world of the 9 regions was not deep, so there was nothing he could do about some things being wrong. Stood up, he stepped out of the room. His figure suddenly stopped. His powerful perception allowed him to sense a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. His skin instantly tensed up, and he felt as if his entire body was being pricked by thousands of needles. There was an indescribable stabbing pain. Amber, who was squatting on his shoulder, was the first to explode. He suddenly prostrated himself. A low growl came from his throat. Lu Yi raised his hand and gripped the Pan Shan saber. Large beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. He slowly turned around, and his leaden body came face to face with a pair of huge blood-red eyes. Those eyes were filled with indifference and a sense of superiority. Being stared at by those eyes, one could not help but tremble. Lu Yi suddenly felt as insignificant as an ant. He was not mistaken. It was very likely that a true dragon was being suppressed here, and the huge blood-red pupils he felt last time weren't an illusion. This time it appeared again. At this moment, above the dragon's spring, a dragon head formed purely from blood energy filled more than half of the secret chamber. There were 2 dragon horns on the dragon head. It was covered in fine dragon scales, with dragon whiskers fluttering under its chin. Endless dragon might filled the air. Lu Yi felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. It was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. The huge pressure caused Lu Ye's body to bend slightly. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't resist it. Roar! Amber roared, and visible waves of air rushed forward. At the same time, the figure of the fire phoenix standing on the talent tree became active, and a loud cry came from Lu Ye's body. The indifferent dragon eyes revealed a look of surprise. The Pan Shan saber was unsheathed, and Lu Ye's right arm swelled. He slashed down at the dragon head. In a flash. This slash, which was enough to make a Heavenly 9 Physique's cultivator regret on the spot, did not cause any damage to the blood energy dragon head. After all, the dragon head was not a real thing. However, with this slash, Lu Yi only felt that he had cut something, and the heavy pressure suddenly disappeared. He exhaled softly. He looked at the dragon head. You deliberately chose me because you want me to save you? It was just a guess before, but now it was confirmed. Lu Yi didn't know why the dragon head's body was suppressed here, but it was definitely unwilling to be suppressed like this. Since it was unwilling, it had to find someone to save him. The dragon head looked down on other cultivators, but Lu Ye's talent in the Tao of Spirit Runes was obvious. This gave the dragon head a glimmer of hope. That's why he tempered his body here when he was in the 5th order and gained a dragon scale. However, looking at the current situation, Lu Yi wanted to leave. It was still so powerful even though it was suppressed. If it was released, how fierce would it be? Young man, you are very smart, the dragon head suddenly said. This is not the attitude of someone asking for help. Lu Ye's eyes drooped. The other party first played hard to get, then suddenly appeared when he was about to leave and gave him a show of strength, almost making him kneel on the ground. Obviously, it was not a good thing. The current you is too weak. Then give me something that can make me stronger, such as the dragon scale from last time. Give me 100 pieces. The dragon head laughed loudly, and the deafening laughter shook the secret room. Amidst the laughter, the dragon head gradually dissipated. Lu Yi frowned. However, after the dragon head dissipated, the dragon spring suddenly surged. Then, a dragon scale emerged from the spring, followed by another, a third, a fourth. A total of 5 dragon scales emerged before the dragon spring returned to its original appearance. Cultivate well, young man. When you understand the truth of this world, come find me again. I look forward to our next meeting. The voice came from an unknown place and clearly reached Lu Ye's ears. It seemed to be certain that Lu Yi would come looking for it again. Lu Yi stepped forward and muttered, "Stingy," while putting away the 5 dragon scales. These 5 dragon scales were about the same size as the last time, only the size of a palm, but Lu Yi could feel that the vitality contained in them was much richer, almost several times stronger. He excitedly put the 5 dragon scales into his storage bag. Lu Yi recalled the dragon head's words before he left. The dragon head obviously had a hidden meaning and mentioned something about the truth of this world. Lu Yi was just a spirit stream realm cultivator, so how could he know the truth of this world? He just put the dragon scales away when a repulsive force came from the surroundings, and then his vision blurred before he appeared outside the bronze door. The door closed slowly. Lu Yi gazed at the dragon image inscribed on the door, and he noticed that the dragon head on the image was similar to the one he'd seen. A true dragon was being suppressed beneath the dragon's spring. This was probably something that no one had expected. He walked back along the path he'd come from and entered the hall. Yi Yang was still waiting for him. He couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Lu Yi because Lu Yi had only gone down for less than half a day, and he hadn't expected that Lu Yi would return so quickly. "Young friend, have you finished?" Lu Yi nodded, and then he shook his head. Even though the situation was similar to what he'd expected, it was much more complicated than he'd imagined. Yi Yang didn't ask about it in detail. Some things weren't easy to ask, and there was no need to ask. It was fine as long as he knew. "I'll be taking my leave now that the matter here is done." Yi Yang tried to persuade him to stay. "It's rare for you to come here, so why don't you come visit my sect?" "No, second senior sister sent me a message and asked me to return early." Yi Yang nodded. "Then I won't keep you. Young friend, have a safe journey. Farewell." Lu Yi withdrew his spirit vessel, stepped onto it, and shot into the sky before vanishing in the blink of an eye. It had taken him almost 10 days to get here, and it was the same when he returned. However, he hadn't wasted any time on the way here. Lu Yi had been studying the saber techniques he'd obtained from the Mad Saber sect. As for flying, Yi had been reminding him so that he wouldn't get lost or fly in the wrong direction. Lu Yi only returned to the Jade Blood sect after 10 days. He raised his head and glanced at the nearby spirit mountains and noticed that Gray had returned. When he withdrew his gaze, a voice suddenly resounded from the side. "Brother Yi, you're back." Lu Yi looked over and noticed that it was the guardian of the Third Sacred Academy, Situ Han, and a few other disciples of the Third Sacred Academy. "Brother Situ," Lu Yi greeted. "Why are you here? Did something happen at the Third Sacred Academy?" "Nothing." Situ Han chuckled. "The profound Azure Palace and Crescent Moon Pavilion suffered heavy losses. Everything is fine at my sect now. I heard that you're about to advance into the Cloud River realm, so I came to watch the ceremony." Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. "It's just advancing into the Cloud River realm." Situ Han looked at him in confusion. "Brother Yi doesn't know?" "Know what?" Lu Yi was confused. Situ Han chuckled. "It seems that Brother Yi really doesn't know. But that's fine. You'll naturally find out later." Just as Lu Yi was about to ask for clarification, someone else came over to greet him. Soon, more and more people gathered. Those who came were all cultivators from the core region, and they were all led by the guardian or deputy guardian. Several people from each sect came. Lu Yi had heard of some of them, especially the experts on the spirit stream list. Even if he hadn't seen them before, he had at least heard of their names. However, Lu Yi had never seen or even heard of most of them. They were all here to watch the ceremony. Lu Yi was really confused. He was just about to advance into the Cloud River realm. Why did it seem like a grand event? It actually attracted the Guardian and Deputy Guardians of the various core region sects to come and watch the ceremony. He had been wondering why there were so many people in his sect's encampment. At this moment, the Jade Blood sect's encampment could be said to be overcrowded. The few hundred disciples of his sect were one thing, but the few hundred sects in the core region had sent close to 2,000 people. After Duan Yi asked his second senior sister for permission, he spent a sum of merit points to temporarily expand the encampment. Not only that, but a high platform was also built in front of the Mystery Hall's plaza. It was said that this was the place where Lu Yi would advance from the Spirit Stream realm to the Cloud River realm. The high platform was more than 100 feet tall, ensuring that everyone who came to watch the ceremony could see it clearly. Lu Yi was confused. He had just gone out for a trip, and it had taken him about 20 days to go back and forth. This world had suddenly become somewhat unfamiliar to him. Chapter 437. Almost all the sects in the core circle had sent people over, which was a good thing for Jade Blood sect, because the people who came were all led by the Guardian or Deputy Guardian. In the past few days, Jade Blood sect had already signed an alliance contract with these sects. In the future, if Jade Blood sect's disciples entered the core circle to cultivate, they would have a lot of choices. Almost every sect in the core circle could choose. All parties were guests, so Jade Blood sect naturally treated them well. Moreover, Jade Blood sect hadn't been so lively for many years. After chatting with the guests for a while, Lu Yi returned to the sect through the Heaven's Fate Pillar. There were also people coming and going in the sect, but they were all disciples of the sect. When they saw Lu Yi, they all saluted him. Lu Yi found Shui Yuan, who was busy. When she was done, he asked, "Second senior sister, I'm just breaking through to the Cloud River realm. Why is there such a big commotion?" Shui Yuan stroked her hair and said, "Little junior brother, have you heard of the Heaven's Fate Blessing?" Lu Yi shook his head. He had never heard of it. The Heaven's Fate Blessing is a legend. The last time it appeared was a few decades ago. Shui Yuan's eyes showed a look of reminiscence, as if she was thinking of something in the past. After a long pause, she said, "It's extremely difficult to get the Heaven's Fate Blessing. It requires you to constantly kill enemies above your realm and accumulate the attention of Heaven's Fate. When you break through to a great realm, Heaven's Fate will bestow you a blessing. Killing enemies above your realm may not be difficult for some disciples from big sects, but the difficult part is being able to kill enemies above your realm. Looking at this generation of cultivators, only little junior brother has the opportunity and qualifications to do so." Lu Yi had been cultivating since the day he started. He had been fighting enemies above his realm. Before reaching the Fifth Order, it wasn't obvious. But after the Battle of the Golden Light Peak, this accumulation became obvious. On the Golden Light Peak, except for the Fifth Order cultivator in the first battle, the rest were all Sixth Order cultivators. In that battle, Li Baxian and the cultivators of Grand Heaven Alliance had already seen the signs of the Heaven's Fate Blessing. But at that time, Lu Yi was still far away from breaking through to the Cloud River realm, so it was only the beginning. Since then, whether it was in the outer circle, inner circle, or the core circle, Lu Yi encountered enemies with 8 or 90% higher cultivation than him. But those people, without exception, none of them were a match for Lu Yi. He had even reached the top of the Spirit Stream division when he was only a Heaven 8, and had dominated the entire Spirit Stream division. Now that he was a Heaven 9, he was practically invincible. Along the way, he had accumulated a lot. Thus, the heavenly secret blessing was logical. Accumulating the attention of the heavenly secrets? Lu Ye's heart stirred. "Senior apprentice sister, are you saying that the heavenly secrets, The omnipresent heavenly secrets of the cultivation world are not simple. Little junior brother, your cultivation is still low. You can't feel it clearly, but you'll understand when your cultivation gets higher. Lu Yi nodded. Then what are the benefits of this blessing? I'm not sure about the specific benefits. This was because there were too few people who were qualified to be blessed by the heavens. Furthermore, all the information was top secret. It is not allowed to be revealed. The last person who was blessed by the heavens was our eldest senior brother. However, eldest senior brother had received the heavenly secret blessing when he was at the Yunhe Jinjin Lake. Since then, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. He even led our sect to glory. However, you also know our sect's situation. Our success was because of eldest senior brother, and our failure was also because of him. Eldest senior brother, Lu Yi murmured. He had heard of this eldest senior brother whom he had never met before. Don't think too much about it. No one knows if you can receive the heavenly secret blessing. It's just that everyone thinks that you have a high chance of receiving it. That's why so many people came to watch the ceremony. Lu Yi nodded. When are you going to advance? Shui Yuan asked. Anytime. Then let's set it for 3 days later. I'll listen to senior apprentice sister. Shui Yuan looked at him as if she was watching her child grow up. Suddenly she laughed. So fast. You're going to advance to the Yunhe realm. After a pause, she said, but after advancing to the Yunhe realm, it's time for you to change your spirit weapon. I was just about to ask senior apprentice sister about this. Lu Yi was also having a headache about this. All his spirit weapons now, whether it was the mountain pan saber, or the imperial weapons in the weapon casket, or even the flying spirit weapons, they were all only 9 restriction low-grade spirit weapons. Low-grade spirit weapons were usually used by spirit stream realm cultivators. After his cultivation reached the Yunhe realm, it was time for him to switch to mid-grade spirit weapons above 9 restriction. Imperial weapons and flying spirit weapons could be changed at any time. Previously, the large sects of the Myriad Demon Ridge had paid many spirit weapons. They included all kinds of spirit weapons. If Lu Yi wanted to change them, he could do so at any time. Only the mountain pan saber. This saber had been with him for 2 years. It corresponded with his saber. If he changed it, even if it was a long saber with the same shape as the mountain pan saber, Lu Yi might not be able to use it well. If he wanted to reach the same level as his saber, he might need a long time to accumulate experience. It wasn't worth it. But if he didn't change it, the mountain pan saber wouldn't be able to keep up with his cultivation progress. Moreover, after 2 years of fighting, the mountain pan saber's blade had many dents and couldn't be used much. He told Shui Yuan about his worries. Shui Yuan smiled. Swordsmen like you and your 4th senior apprentice brother all have special feelings for their spirit weapons. They won't change them easily. If you want to solve this problem, it's simple. You just have to upgrade it. Upgrade it? Pay some price and ask a refiner to upgrade your saber to the level of a middle-grade spirit weapon. However, the cost is a bit high because a refiner who can upgrade a spirit weapon is at least at the level of a refiner grandmaster. Refiners below the grandmaster level don't have this ability. But there are benefits to doing this. You can make some requests according to your needs. It's like tailoring your weapon. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. There's such a good thing? Does senior apprentice sister know a grandmaster refiner who can do this? I do, but it's far away and they're not in our province. That's fine, actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Go to the Tianji Treasury later and connect your mind to the Tianji Treasury. Someone will accept the upgrade. The Tianji Treasury has such a function. Lu Yi was surprised. Every time he went to the Tianji Treasury, he was only there to buy or sell things. You'll know when you try it. But remember, the transactions there only accept merit. Okay, Lu Yi said and hurried into the Tianji Hall. He connected his mind to the Tianji pillar and entered the Tianji treasury. The huge treasury stored a dazzling array of goods. The first time Lu Yi saw it, he was dazzled. But after saying some specific words, the goods here would decrease. Only the goods that fit the criteria would remain. The more criteria there were, the fewer goods that fit the criteria. In the end, the cultivators who entered the Tianji treasury could easily obtain what they wanted. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had enough merit. The transactions in the Tianji treasury only accepted merit. Task: upgrade the spirit weapon, Lu Yi said softly. The huge treasury distorted, and Lu Yi found himself in a small room. There was only a table in front of him. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Understanding this, Lu Yi placed the mountain saber on the table. He didn't know how long it would take for someone to accept this task. Just as Lu Yi was about to leave, the space in front of him distorted and a blurry figure appeared. This was the first time he saw someone else in the Tianji treasury. He couldn't help but size up the person. He couldn't tell the person's cultivation or gender. The person grabbed the mountain saber and sized it up. He said with a disappointed tone, "A mere low-grade spirit weapon." To the person who came, this was obviously a matter that did not have much to gain. What request? Although the person was disappointed, he didn't leave. After all, there weren't many opportunities to accept such a task in the Tianji treasury. Every bit counted. The shape and length should remain the same. The 18 restrictions should be strong enough. As for the weight, it would be best if it was 3 times heavier. As Lu Ye's strength increased, a spirit weapon like the mountain saber was already too light for him. If it could be 3 times heavier, it would be more convenient to use. As for the sharpness, he didn't need it. After all, every time he chopped down, he would add sharpness runes. As long as it was strong enough, it would be fine. The request isn't low. Give me a price. Lu Yi thought for a moment. 800 merit points. Low-grade spirit weapons in the Tianji treasury were usually sold for 30 to 150 merit points. Mid-grade spirit weapons were sold for 200 to 500 merit points. Lu Yi offered 800 merit points, which was enough to buy the best mid-grade spirit weapon. That's too little. If I want to meet your request, just the materials alone will cost me at least 600 merit points. The person snorted. Brat, if you want to upgrade your spirit weapon, don't use the price of the spirit weapon to measure it. How much do you want? If you don't have 2,000 merit points, it's not worth this old man's effort. Deal. Lu Yi currently had 100,000 merit points. What was a mere 2,000 merit points to him? As long as he could upgrade the mountain saber, not to mention 2,000 merit points, he could even accept a little more. His straightforwardness stunned the person. He was secretly annoyed. He didn't know which great power this disciple came from, but he was actually so generous. If he had known earlier, he would have asked for a higher price. Please sign the Tianji contract, the person said. A moment later, the two of them left their imprints on the Tianji contract, stating the price Lu Yi had to pay, his various requests, and the time limit. The time limit was very important. After all, the mountain saber would be taken away by the other party. If the other party didn't return it, it would be troublesome. And the time limit on the Tianji contract was 3 days. Lu Yi couldn't help but sigh. When one's refining skills reached the Grandmaster level, they could earn 2,000 merit points in 3 days. This was too easy to earn. Lu Yi withdrew his consciousness from the Tianji treasury and went to find his second senior sister, Shui Yuan. The problem of the mountain saber could be considered solved. Now, he had to deal with his own flying spirit weapon. Last time, he had given his treasures worth 50 to 60 million merit points to Shui Yuan. They were now in the Jade Blood Sect's treasury. He received the key from his second senior sister and entered the treasury. Chapter 438. 3 days later, in the Jade Blood Sect's encampment, Lu Yi sat cross-legged on a high platform in front of the Heavenly Secret Hall. Dozens of feet away from the high platform, there were cultivators who had come to watch the ceremony from all directions. The sky above and the ground below were filled with people. These spirit stream realm cultivators didn't know much about blessings from the heavens, but the older generation knew that in this generation of cultivators, when Lu Ye of the Jade Blood sect broke through to the Cloud River realm, it was highly likely that he would receive a blessing from the heavens. This was because the majority of the enemies Lu Ye had killed along the way were of higher cultivation than him. Under the orders of the older generation, the younger generation of cultivators would gather in the Jade Blood sect's encampment. No one knew how much the heavenly secret blessings could benefit a cultivator, but no one wanted to miss the opportunity to observe. Even if they were wrong and Lu Ye didn't receive the heavenly secret blessings, the younger generation of cultivators wouldn't lose much, just wasting a few days of cultivation time. After all these years, there weren't many opportunities for the core realm cultivators to gather together. Being able to interact with each other and broaden the horizons of the disciples was a benefit in itself. Although there were many people, the encampment was completely silent. On the high platform, Lu Ye felt a bit of pressure. He had only broken through to the Cloud River realm, but he had attracted so many people to come watch. He suddenly discovered that he had unknowingly gained such a huge influence on the spirit stream battlefield. Thinking back to what his second senior sister had said before he left the sect, there was no need to care about the heavenly secret blessings. If there was one, it would be best. If there wasn't, then there was no need to force it. Some of the pressure disappeared. The 9 small circulatory systems in his body slowly stopped under his control. His cultivation base also fell from the heaven 9th layer. Until his spiritual energy stagnated in his spiritual cavities, there was no more movement. He had seen giant armor break through to the Cloud River realm in the Myriad Poisons forest. Furthermore, it wasn't difficult for cultivators to break through to the Cloud River realm from the Spirit Stream realm as long as they had enough spiritual cavities. Connecting all the spiritual cavities according to the cultivation method, completing the large circulatory system would naturally allow one to break through. So he knew what he had to do now. Thinking back to the various methods recorded in the great sun-colored glass art, he circulated his spiritual energy according to the cultivation method. Starting from the source of the spiritual cavities, connecting spiritual cavities one after another. The dormant spiritual energy once again surged through his spiritual cavities. The more spiritual cavities he connected, the faster and more ferocious the spiritual energy would flow. Until a certain moment, the 360 apertures were connected, and the flowing spiritual energy once again flowed into the source aperture. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his body began to flow from the source of his spiritual cavities. The origin of the spiritual aperture ends. The great heavenly cycle was completed. Lu Ye's body buzzed as his spirit power surged like a raging river. Invisible waves of air swept out in all directions. An indescribable power burst forth. Lingxi Jinyun River. Back then in the forest of 1,000 poisons. After giant armor advanced to the Cloud River realm, it was immediately rejected by the heavens and sent out of the Spirit Stream battlefield. He immediately returned to the Tianji Palace. At this moment, after Lu Ye advanced to the Cloud River realm, he could also clearly feel the repulsion from the world around him. He felt as if he was in an extremely crowded environment. Every inch of space around him was trying to squeeze him out. However, at this moment, a heavenly secret suddenly descended from the heavens, and the omnipresent repulsive feeling instantly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the surrounding cultivators were in an uproar, because above Lu Ye's head, a slowly rotating 7-colored lotus had suddenly appeared, and was falling straight towards him. "A blessing from the heavens!" someone exclaimed. Although they had long known from their elders that Lu Ye's advancement to the Cloud River realm this time was very likely to receive a blessing from the heavens, before the blessing descended, no one dared to guarantee it. Until this moment, the heavens really did bestow a blessing. It was a 7-colored lotus that had descended from the sky. It was not a real thing, but more like an illusion, and also seemed to be formed by an inexplicable energy. The moment this 7-colored lotus appeared, heaven and earth were filled with a unique fragrance that made people feel refreshed and refreshed. The body felt light. The treasured lotus descended, enveloping Lu Yi within. At first glance, Lu Ye's figure seemed to have been enshrouded. At first glance, it was as if Lu Yi was sitting in a 7-colored lotus. The lotus slowly rotated, and the space around Lu Yi also became colorful. All kinds of mysterious illusions appeared and disappeared. There was also a layer of lotus shadows that appeared and disappeared as the lotus rotated, repeating the cycle. A strange energy overflowed, filling the entire jade blood sex encampment. Some quick-witted cultivators tried to swallow and spit out the energy. To their surprise, they found that the energy here could strengthen their physique and improve their mind. "Hurry up and cultivate." Sensing this abnormality, the cultivator hurriedly shouted. The cultivators standing on the ground immediately sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. Those who were flying in the air to watch the ceremony also hurriedly looked for a place to land. Less than 30 breaths after the 7-colored lotus descended, the entire jade blood sex encampment, including the sect's disciples and the cultivators who came to watch the ceremony, had all entered a state of cultivation. Everyone could feel the benefits of the strange energy and were overjoyed, knowing that they had made the right choice in coming to watch the ceremony. Just the overflowing energy had such an effect, and Lu Yi, who was sitting in the lotus, could feel it even more clearly. After the omnipresent repulsive force disappeared, he could clearly feel a gentle energy pouring into his body. While tempering his body, it also strengthened his soul. This feeling was similar to when he swallowed the spiritual mist in the heavens mystery pool, but the benefits were much greater. Disregarding everything else, he had entered the heavens mystery pool 4 times. The last time he went in, it was useless, but he could clearly feel the benefits of the baptism of the heavens mystery blessing. Time passed little by little, and the jade blood sex encampment was quiet. Until a certain moment, some cultivators slowly opened their eyes and looked up, but they could no longer see Lu Ye's figure. There was no one on the high platform, so they knew that Lu Yi had advanced to the Cloud River realm and left the Spirit Stream battlefield. More and more cultivators opened their eyes and silently sensed the changes in their bodies, each of them beaming with joy. There was no other reason. This time, everyone had obtained different degrees of benefits from the ceremony. Generally speaking, their bodies and minds had become stronger. There were also some who had unknowingly opened spiritual cavities that had not been opened for a long time. There were even some who had discovered that the pill toxins in their bodies had decreased, and their spiritual energy had become purer. They had only been affected by the aftershocks of the heavens mystery blessing, but they had already obtained so many benefits. What kind of benefits had Lu Yi, the main character, obtained? While the jade blood sex encampment was bustling with excitement, the various sects in Myriad Devil Ridge were also celebrating. This was because one of the 3 disasters of the Spirit Stream battlefield, Lu Yi, had finally advanced to the Cloud River realm. Just a moment ago, Lu Yi's name, which had been at the top of the Spirit Stream list, had suddenly disappeared, replaced by Lan Zi of Boundless Island. Lu Yi could not have died, so the only possibility was that he had advanced to the Cloud River realm. Everyone was celebrating. It had not been easy, but they had finally managed to get rid of him. In the future, there would no longer be a situation where such a large camp was controlled by a single person on the Spirit Stream battlefield. The suffocating mountain that had been pressing down on their heads had disappeared, and the Myriad Devil Ridge, which had been silent for a long time, felt that it was time to straighten their backs. When Lu Yi had been at the Spirit Stream battlefield, the various Myriad Devil Ridge sects had been living a miserable life. No one had dared to make any big moves for fear of being targeted by this star of disaster. Now, he had advanced to the Cloud River realm. In the future, he would enter the Cloud River battlefield, not the Spirit Stream battlefield. This was a day worth celebrating, and also a day worth remembering. Many of the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators finally revealed long-awaited smiles, and they were just short of beating drums and gongs to send Louis off. But soon another piece of news came, and the joy of the myriad Devil Ridge was shrouded in a layer of fog. When Louis had advanced to the Cloud River realm, he had received a blessing from Tianji. This was the attention and acknowledgement of Tianji. Since ancient times, there had been very few people who had received Tianji's blessings, but any person who had received Tianji's blessings would have great achievements in the future. The last person who had received Tianji's blessings was also from the Jade Blood sect. In the end, that guy had led the Grand Heaven Alliance to crush the myriad Devil Ridge so badly that even his parents could not recognize him. In the end, if he had not been so obstinate and self-opinionated, the myriad Devil Ridge would have been hiding in a dark corner, struggling at death's door. Because of Tianji's blessings, the good mood of the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators had been turned into a mess. They secretly cursed Louis for being so hateful. He had advanced to the Cloud River realm, but he still did not let them feel at ease. This was a classic case of wanting to disgust you before leaving in the Jade Blood sect's main sect. Louis sat cross-legged in the Tianji hall, silently feeling the changes in his body. The 360 acupoints in his body were circulating the great circulatory cycle. His spirit energy flowed like a river. The advancement of a large realm meant that his strength had increased by a lot. Louis estimated that his strength had increased by at least half the time he had advanced to the Cloud River realm. This could be seen from the speed at which the spirit energy flowed in his body. The speed at which the spirit energy flowed in his body now was incomparable to before. What puzzled him was Tianji's blessings. Under Tianji's blessings, his physique had been significantly strengthened, and so had his mind. The effect was probably equivalent to the sum of the previous 2 baptisms in the Tianji pool. But after such a big battle, was that all the benefits he had received? Louis felt that something was not right. He did not know what it was like when his eldest senior brother had received Tianji's blessings a few decades ago. Because there were no detailed records, even Shui Yuan could not describe it clearly. At that time, Shui Yuan was not very old. But if Tianji's blessings only had such a small benefit, it did not match its legendary status. He did not understand. Perhaps there was something he had not discovered? Louis could only comfort himself like this. After inspecting his body and confirming that the great circulatory cycle in his body was running smoothly and there was nothing wrong with it, Louis was about to stand up when he suddenly felt a movement from the battlefield imprint. He checked and found that it was Tianji's reminder that it was time to meet with the Weapon Refinement Grandmaster. He quickly raised his hand and pressed it on the Tianji pillar. His mind connected to the Tianji treasure vault, and he quickly appeared in the small room from before. Chapter 439. In that mysterious room, Louis's consciousness materialized. There was a person waiting in front of him, most likely the weapon-refining Grandmaster who had accepted his request last time. But what made Louis extremely surprised was that he could actually see this person's appearance clearly. It was a rather seductive woman. She was young, about 30 years old. Her skin was white and tender, and she wore a close-fitting floral dress that outlined her exquisite curves. Louis blinked, somewhat confused. The last time he saw this person, they were wrapped in a thick fog. He couldn't tell if they were a man or a woman, nor could he see their appearance. Even their voices weren't real. From their point of view, Louis looked the same. This was the protection of heaven's secrets. This was because many people were unwilling to reveal their true identity when making such a transaction. Therefore, Tianji would bestow a layer of protection when making such a transaction in the Tianji treasury, making it difficult for both parties to deduce the other party's identity through their gender and voice. But now, Lu Yi was able to see the other party so clearly. What was going on? Lu Ye's first thought was that the other party might have forgotten to disguise themselves. But disguises weren't something that one could do on their own accord. It was a protection bestowed by heaven's secrets. Regardless of whether one was willing or not, they would be wrapped in fog upon entering this place. So the problem lay with him? The only difference between him and 3 days ago was that his cultivation had risen from Spirit Stream to Cloud River. But this wasn't enough for him to see through the other party's disguise. Was this a blessing from heaven's secrets? Just as Lu Yi was trying to figure out what was going on, the woman spoke. "Kid, your spirit tool is ready. Check it yourself." Her voice no longer had the disguise from before, and it sounded soft and tender. Saying so, she handed over the mountain pan saber. Lu Yi took it and felt its weight on his wrist. Compared to 3 days ago, the mountain pan saber was undoubtedly much heavier, but this weight suited Lu Ye's cultivation. He raised his hand and pulled out the mountain pan saber. Its sharpness flashed and quickly receded. The saber's shape didn't change at all, but the blade's color was dyed black, as if it contained boundless killing intent. The original cracks on the blade were no longer there, having been completely repaired. The words Pan Mountain were engraved on one side of the blade's hilt. This was the Pan Mountain blade's name. When Lu Yi obtained this blade, these 2 words were already there. However, at this moment, there was a feather pattern on the other side of the hilt. It was obviously left behind by the tool refining Grandmaster, but Lu Yi didn't know what this feather represented. The entire saber gave off an extremely heavy feeling. Lu Yi carefully inspected the restrictions within the mountain plate saber. After confirming that there were 18 restrictions, he sheathed the saber and nodded slightly. "Not bad. Then we have a deal." The woman took out the Heaven's Fate contract she had signed with Lu Yi last time. With a slight wave of her hand, the Heaven's Fate contract burst into flames. At the same time, Lu Yi felt the battlefield imprint on the back of his hand move, and 2,000 merit points were deducted. "Let's meet again if fate allows it." As the woman spoke, she was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something. "Next time, don't bother me with low-grade spirit tools." Hearing a woman in her 30s call herself an old man, Lu Ye's expression was a little strange. The woman's figure quickly disappeared. Lu Yi didn't leave immediately. He stood in place and thought for a moment before saying, "I want a spirit tool to be upgraded." He casually took out a low-grade spirit tool from his storage bag and waited quietly. A moment later, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked up and saw an old man. Just like before, this old man wasn't shrouded in thick fog, so Lu Yi could clearly see his appearance. "You want to upgrade a spirit tool?" the old man asked in a deep voice. Lu Yi nodded and handed over the spirit tool in his hand. The old man took it and looked at it for a moment before saying with disdain, "A low-grade spirit tool." Last time, the woman also spoke with the same disdainful tone, as if to tool refining grandmasters. Taking low-grade spirit tools to be upgraded was an insult. However, since he was already here, the old man still asked, "Name your price." What if he ran into a sucker? 100 merit points. As soon as Lu Yi spoke, the old man angrily threw the spirit tool back and disappeared. Before leaving, he scolded Lu Yi, "There's something wrong with your head." A moment later, Lu Yi left the small room with a pensive look on his face. He was sure that in the Tianji treasury, other people's disguises didn't exist to him at all. The increase in his cultivation realm was obviously not the reason, so the only reason was the blessing of Tianji. After the blessing, his disguise was still there, but other people's disguises were equivalent to nothing in his eyes. Was this a privilege given to him by Tianji? But there were no practical benefits, so what was the use of such a privilege? He couldn't use it to spy on other people's identities and then blackmail them. Those people were all tool refining grandmasters, so there was nothing to blackmail. Walking out of the Tianji hall, Lu Yi pulled out his mountain saber and poured his spirit energy into it before swinging it a few times. The saber was still the same saber, but it had been upgraded to a mid-grade spirit tool. Lu Ye's cultivation realm had also broken through, so the power of his slashes was much greater than before. Lu Ye might not be used to the increased weight for the time being, but it was indeed suitable for his current realm. It would be fine once he got used to it. Returning the saber to its scabbard, Lu Ye's heart moved again. The weapon box at his waist buzzed and 9 imperial weapons flew out. These 9 imperial weapons were no longer the original spirit tools. The original 9 were all low-grade spirit tools, but now they were all mid-grade spirit tools. Lu Ye had changed them to mid-grade spirit tools. Before reaching the Cloud River realm, Lu Ye had some difficulty using these 9 imperial weapons, mainly because his spirit energy couldn't keep up. But after reaching the Cloud River realm, it was much easier for him to use them. After reaching the next realm, he had to familiarize himself with various methods for a while. After testing the imperial weapons, Lu Ye found Shui Yuan and handed his mountain saber to her. "Second senior sister, look at the mark left on the saber's hilt. There's no problem, right?" Shui Yuan turned the mountain saber in her hand and looked at the feather-like mark, smiling. "There's no problem. Some tool refiners like to leave their own mark on their work, but this is just a mark and has no other use. Also, you should have signed the Tianji contract, so with Tianji in place, those people wouldn't dare to do anything. But this mark should be left by Master Yu." "Master Yu? You know him?" "I don't know him. I've only heard of him. He's a very capable blacksmith. The spirit weapons that come from his hands are all of the best quality. However, up until now, no one knows his identity or which camp he's from." "Why is he hiding his head and showing his tail like this?" Shui Yuan said. "Probably because he doesn't want to be famous, so as to prevent people from begging him to refine weapons. The cultivation world of the 9 continents is so big, there's bound to be some capable people. Many capable people like to be quiet, so this Master Yu has always been in the Tianji treasury to accept all kinds of requests. With the protection of Tianji, he doesn't have to worry about his identity being exposed." Lu Ye thought that Master Yu's identity was already exposed, but he still didn't know who that woman was. Shui Yuan returned the mountain saber and asked, "How does it feel to reach the Cloud River realm?" "I'm still not used to it. It's normal. A sudden increase in strength requires some time to consolidate. It'll be fine in a few days." After chatting for a while, Lu Ye said, "I'll go take a look at Madame Yun. Madame Yun told me to find her after reaching the Cloud River realm." Go. Spiritual power surged, and Lu Ye soared into the sky. This time, he didn't use flying equipment, nor did he activate the flight spirit mark. After cultivators reached the Cloud River realm, they would be able to fly. However, Lu Ye had just reached the Cloud River realm, and it was his first time flying directly with his physical body. It was inevitable that he wasn't very familiar with flying. His body swayed left and right in the air, and it was difficult for him to grasp the direction. He clearly wanted to fly toward Madame Yun's bright heart peak, but as he flew, he deviated from the direction. Moreover, compared to flying with flying equipment, directly flying with one's physical body consumed a lot more spiritual power. Therefore, even if cultivators reached the Cloud River realm, they still needed to use a flying equipment. When traveling a long distance, using a flying equipment consumed a lot less spiritual power than flying with one's physical body. In terms of speed, flying with flying equipment was also faster. He still needed to practice more. Lu Ye suddenly realized that after reaching the Cloud River realm, there were still many things that he needed to do. After finally reaching Bright Heart Peak, Lu Ye directly walked into Madame Yun's bedroom. Under the guidance of the maid, he came to a room and saw Madame Yun, who was reading. "Greetings, Madame Yun." Lu Ye bowed. "You've reached the Cloud River realm?" Madame Yun sized him up. "Yes. Your cultivation speed is not bad." Madame Yun nodded slightly. She put down the book in her hand and stood up. "Follow me." She walked out of the room, and Lu Yi followed closely behind. As they walked, Madame Yun said, "The Tao of spirit patterns is broad and profound. For those who are not battle pattern masters, spirit patterns can often be used as an external force. For example, tattooing one's body. You should have met such an opponent in the spirit stream battlefield." A guy covered in tattoos immediately appeared in Lu Ye's mind. That was an opponent he had met when he was fighting for the rankings. When he first saw that person covered in tattoos, Lu Yi was vigilant for a while. In the end, it turned out that only one of the tattoos on that person's body was a real tattoo. The rest were all just decorations. I did. Tattoos are divided into recessive and dominant types, as well as temporary and permanent ones. Generally speaking, cultivators below the Cloud River realm can only bear temporary tattoos. However, after reaching the Cloud River realm, their bodies can bear a permanent tattoo. Therefore, it is very likely that you will meet some opponents in the future. They are not spirit pattern masters, but they can still unleash the power of spirit patterns, and that is tattoos. Those tattoos are their hidden trump cards. You must be careful and never underestimate any opponent. This disciple will remember. I called you here this time to tattoo a permanent tattoo. What kind of tattoo do you want? Chapter 440. Not every Cloud River realm cultivator had tattoos on their bodies, because there were not many inscription masters who could inscribe spirit tattoos on cultivators in the entire 9 provinces. This required extremely high attainments in the Tao of spirit tattoos and extremely exquisite inscription technique. Moreover, even if such an inscription master was willing to help, the materials needed were also of high value. Inscriptions were based on spirit runes, and there were many types of them. There were offensive ones, defensive ones, auxiliary ones. To Lu Yi, he did not need offensive and defensive spirit tattoos because he had sharpness and defense. He did not need auxiliary spirit tattoos either. He could activate many auxiliary spirit tattoos himself. However, there was a kind of auxiliary spirit tattoo that he had coveted for a long time. Therefore, when he heard Madame Yun say this, he replied without thinking, "Void." He had learned the void spirit tattoo from books, and did not have it on the talent tree. It had not reached the level where a spirit tattoo would be born with a thought. His greatest use for the void spirit tattoo was to set up a teleportation array. Moreover, the teleportation distance was limited, and the experience was not good. However, the use of the void spirit tattoo was not just to set up a teleportation array. It also had many wonderful uses. For example, using the void spirit tattoo as the core to refine some special spirit weapons, which would have the function of storage, such as storage rings, storage bracelets, and so on. The most common storage item used by cultivators was the storage bag. The storage bag was sewn from a special kind of beast skin. That kind of special demonic beast could be reared by humans. Therefore, in the cultivation world, the value of the storage bag was not high. Basically, every cultivator had one or two. The storage bag was. The storage space was very limited. Compared to storage rings, storage bracelets, or other storage spirit artifacts, the storage spirit artifacts were much more powerful. There was no comparison at all. However, the value of storage rings and storage bracelets was very high. Lu Yi had only seen a storage ring on his sect leader's hand. Even senior sister Shui Yuan did not have this thing. It could be seen that it was rare. However, Shui Yuan did not have a storage bag on her. Lu Yi had been curious about this. He did not know what method his second senior sister used to store things. After asking her about this, Lu Yi understood that storage methods were not only limited to storage bags and storage rings. He could also use spirit tattoos. With the void spirit tattoo as the core, by tattooing on a cultivator's body, a storage space could be formed, so there was no need to carry a storage pouch. The biggest advantage of this storage method was that the items in the storage space could be taken out immediately with just a thought. It wasn't like a storage pouch, where one had to reach into it to grab it. Moreover, the storage space of these tattoos was much larger than that of a storage pouch. Lu Yi didn't want to end up with dozens of storage bags hanging on his body like last time. Hearing Lu Ye's words, Madame Yun nods. You are a spiritual tattooist. The void is a good choice. Let's go with the void then. He walked into the small room that he had entered the first time he was tattooing and followed Madame Yun's instructions. Lu Yi sat to the side. Then, he stretched out his right hand. The back of his hand was exposed. Madame Yun also took a seat at the side. Following that, she took out needles of different lengths and thicknesses. He then took out a bottle of amber-colored beast blood. The Tao of inscriptions is actually quite interesting. In the future, when your attainments in spirit runes meet the requirements, you will be able to do so. I can teach you if you want to learn. With such a skill, you will no longer lack resources for your cultivation in the future. You will be sought after wherever you go. Madame Yun opened the bottle of beast blood as she spoke. She took out a needle, dipped it in the beast blood, and stabbed it into the back of Lu Ye's hand. A stinging pain like a bee stab came. Every time a needle was inserted, Madame Yun had to re-dip it in the beast blood. Lu Yi did not know what kind of demonic beast this beast blood came from, but the last time he obtained the flying wing tattoo here, he also used beast blood. From the looks of it, the Tao of inscriptions required some special materials. This kind of beast blood that could inscribe void tattoos was definitely expensive. Madame Yun's movements were sometimes fast and sometimes slow. When she was fast, her hands danced and left afterimages. A dense stinging pain constantly came from the back of Lu Ye's hand. When she was slow, her movements were meticulous. Lu Yi quietly felt it. Time passed. When he was on Bright Heart Peak, Madame Yun had planted void tattoos, and the spirit stream battlefield was once again in turmoil. After Lu Yi, one of the 3 disasters of the spirit stream, advanced to Cloud River and his name disappeared from the spirit stream list. In less than half a day, the name of a Jade Blood Sect disciple appeared on the spirit stream list. Huaxi, Tianjiu's cultivation base. To the cultivators of the spirit stream battlefield, this name was undoubtedly very unfamiliar, because before this, very few people had heard of her. The main reason why she had received so much attention was because she came from the Jade Blood Sect, the same sect as Lu Yi. But soon, more people's attention was drawn to her. This was because there were rumors that this woman was a medical cultivator. There were very few medical cultivators on the spirit stream list. Basically, they were all ranked below the 50th rank. Because medical cultivators were not very strong, even if they cultivated other schools, they would not be able to reach a high rank. If that was all, it would not be a big deal. The key point was that this woman's method of fighting was exactly the same as Lu Yi's. She had started from the bottom of the spirit stream list. None of the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators ranked above her had escaped, and she had challenged them one by one. As a result, the myriad Devil Ridge was furious. All of the spirit stream list cultivators she had challenged had died. The scene from 4 months ago had appeared once again. 4 months ago, Lu Yi had slaughtered all of the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators on the list. This had led to a large increase in the number of cultivators from the Grand Sky Alliance on the Spirit Stream list. 4 months later, the same thing had happened again. History was so similar. And both times, it had been the Jade Blood Sect disciples. She was just a medical cultivator. Who gave her the guts to do that? What ability did she have to act so unscrupulously? For a moment, the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators ranked above Huaxi were filled with righteous indignation. They could not defeat that bastard Lu Yi, but could they not defeat a medical cultivator? No matter what, they could not allow this woman called Huaxi to act so presumptuously. Otherwise, the myriad Devil Ridge would lose all face. However, a scene that frightened them appeared. The woman called Hua Si's ranking rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. The names of the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators disappeared one by one. So far, no one had figured out how this woman had killed so many people. Lu Ye had brought a pet beast with him. That pet beast's roar had the effect of intimidating people's minds, so his opponents could not even admit defeat. What method did Hua Si have to make those myriad Devil Ridge cultivators unable to utter a single word? What kind of immortal sect was the Jade Blood sect? Monstrous figures were emerging one after another. On Brightheart Peak, Madame Yun had already left. Even a spirit tattooist like her seemed a little tired after giving Lu Yi a void tattoo. After all, void spirit tattoos were much more complicated than ordinary spirit tattoos. In the end, the bottle of unknown beast blood had been used up. In the room, Lu Ye's mind was immersed. He could clearly feel the storage space on the back of his hand. This storage space, which was built with void spirit tattoos as the core, was much larger than a storage bag. It was estimated to be more than 20 times the size of a storage bag. Now, there was no need to worry about not being able to store anything. Lu Yi could even put the Pan Mountain saber directly inside. Previously, he had always held the Pan Mountain saber in his hand. If he kept it in his storage bag, he would have to take it out if he encountered an enemy. Not only would it be inconvenient, but he might also miss some opportunities to kill the enemy. Now, there was no need to worry about this. The storage space was on the back of his hand. With a thought, everything inside could be easily taken out. However, to Lu Yi, having the Pan Mountain saber in his hand was already a habit. As the saying went, with a saber in hand, there was no need to panic. Walking out of the room, he was led out by the maid. He did not see Madame Yun again. When he was outside, Lu Yi activated his spirit power and soared into the sky. He had just advanced to the Cloud River realm and had to familiarize himself with many things. Lu Yi decided to start with flying, which was also the simplest thing. For other cultivators, this might take a few days to familiarize themselves with it. Moreover, they would have to be careful when trying to avoid falling from the sky. However, Lu Yi did not have such concerns. Although he had never flown before, he had activated the flying wing spirit tattoos more than once. Therefore, he had some experience in flying. 2 hours later, he could already fly stably in the air. Another 2 hours later, he could also perform all kinds of nimble movements while flying. Lu Yi only returned to Shozhen Peak in the evening. After having a good meal at second senior sister's place, Shui Yuan said, "Little junior brother, it's time for you to choose your own spirit peak." Lu Yi did not understand. Shui Yuan explained, Ao Mountain has hundreds of spirit peaks. In its heyday, every spirit peak was filled with disciples. After 30 years of decline, only the old man and I are left to guard Shozhen Peak. This is because this is the core spirit peak of our sect. After so many years, only Madame Yun has occupied Bright Heart Peak. Now that you have advanced to the Cloud River realm, you can have your own spirit peak. Now that the sect is developing well, there should be more and more people advancing to the Cloud River realm in the future. You can't all stay on Shozhen Peak. It's not that I want to chase you away, but in this generation, you are the 5th senior brother in name, but in reality, you are the eldest senior brother. Other than giant armor, you are the second to advance to the Cloud River realm. You have to set an example for the other disciples. Lu Yi nodded, I understand. I'll go look for it later. Shui Yuan picked up some food for him with her chopstick. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Yi walked out of the room and soared into the sky. During the day, when he was flying in the air, he circled around Ao Mountain many times. He saw the remnants of the desolate buildings on the spirit peaks. He could vaguely see the scenery of Jade Blood Sect's heyday. Right now, on Ao Mountain, other than Shozhen Peak, only Bright Heart Peak was occupied by Madame Yun. He could choose any of the other spirit peaks. Which one do you like? Lu Yi asked. Floated beside him. She looked around and pointed. This one. Then I'll take it. Lu Yi did not have any special requirements. It was fine as long as it was habitable. Chapter 441. The spirit peak that Yi chose had a large bamboo forest halfway up the mountain, spreading all the way to the peak. The entire spirit peak was filled with red flowers and green willows, and the scenery was beautiful. The peak was called Green Bamboo Peak, but because no one had lived here for decades, the buildings here were all dilapidated. Lu Yi descended and walked among the broken fences and walls. He could vaguely feel the hustle and bustle of the sect in the past. This spirit peak was very large, and there were many buildings on it. However, it was not suitable for people to live in for the time being. After confirming that he had chosen this spirit peak, Lu Yi brought Yi back to the Guardian Peak and found Second Senior Sister, asking her to help issue a mission to rebuild Green Bamboo Peak for the disciples in the encampment. Now, there were hundreds of disciples in the Jade Blood Sect encampment. They basically had nothing else to do except cultivate. This kind of mission issued by the sect could let them earn some merit points. He believed that those disciples would be happy to help. Regarding this, Second Senior Sister did not have any objections. The merit points in the Jade Blood Sect encampment could be said to be earned by Lu Yi alone. Helping him rebuild a spirit peak, spending some sect merit points was naturally not a problem. By the way, little junior brother, you are now in the Cloud River realm. The spirit stones and Yun spirit pills that you used before are no longer suitable for your current realm. Go to the treasury and get a new batch. As Shui Yuan said this, she handed the key to the treasury to Lu Yi. Although it was called a key, it was actually a jade pendant to open the restriction. The treasury of the Jade Blood Sect now stored tens of millions of merit points, and there were all kinds of things. The restriction of the treasury was personally set up by Second Senior Sister with the help of Madame Yun. Without this jade pendant, anyone who trespassed would be severely injured even if they did not die. Even if Shui Yuan did not say this, Lu Yi was ready to ask her for it. The spirit stones used in the spirit stream realm were all low-grade spirit stones, and Yun spirit pills were only the most basic spirit pills. When one's cultivation reached the Cloud River realm, using these things could no longer keep up with the pace of cultivation. Not to mention the spirit stones, when Lu Yi was in the 8th heaven, he had to eat dozens of Yun spirit pills a day, and he was almost crippled. Above Yun spirit pills, there were better spirit pills that were more suitable for Cloud River realm cultivators. If he took these better spirit pills, he would not need to eat so much in a day. Holding the jade slit ring in his hand, Lu Yi arrived at the treasury with ease. He shook the jade slit ring in his hand, and the door to the treasury that was built against the mountain wall opened with a bang. Lu Yi stepped inside. Although the huge treasury wasn't filled to the brim, it was still extremely plentiful. These were the safety coins of the various sects of the Myriad Demons Ridge. Now, they were all piled up in the Jade Blood Sect's treasury. All kinds of treasures were placed in different places. Lu Yexian took out his unused spirit stones and spirit dawn and placed them in a suitable place. Then, he took out a few thousand medium-grade spirit stones and put them into his storage space. He didn't need to take out too many. Since the day he started cultivating, all his cultivation resources were obtained by killing enemies. Generally speaking, the resources he obtained from killing enemies were much more than what he used for cultivation. Although he now had a storage space constructed by void tattoos, he still habitually hung a storage bag around his waist. However, there was nothing good in it, only some food. The reason why he did this was mainly to deceive others. Otherwise, if a cultivator didn't even have a storage bag on him, anyone would know that he had a void tattooed, and it would inevitably attract attention. There was also a storage bag around Hu Po's neck, which was shared by Yi and Hu Po. After all, Yi was a spirit body, and it wasn't convenient for her to carry it around, so she hung it around Hu Po's neck. Taking down the storage bag, he also put a few hundred medium-grade spirit stones in it. Lu Yi then walked to the Spirit Dawn area. The spirit dawn that Spirit Stream tier cultivators took were spirit accumulation pills, while Cloud River tier cultivators took spirit origin pills. Comparatively speaking, the medicinal effects of the latter were stronger, and Spirit Stream tier cultivators couldn't bear it. Lu Yi took out a bottle of spirit origin pills, poured out a pill, and threw it into his mouth to chew. He raised his eyebrows. The taste was unexpectedly good. He was moved. Finally, he didn't have to take spirit accumulation pills anymore. This was probably the most comfortable thing that had happened to him after he advanced to the Cloud River tier. Hoopa watched from the side, and Lu Yi casually fed it a pill, then observed its reaction. There was no reaction. After Hoopa finished eating, it looked at Lu Yi with an expression that said, "I want more." He didn't have to worry about whether Hoopa could bear it or not. It was a demonic beast, and even ate spirit stones, so eating some spirit origin pills naturally wouldn't be a problem. The medicinal effects of spirit origin pills were indeed much stronger than spirit accumulation pills. When the pill entered his stomach, Lu Yi quickly felt a warm current surging in his abdomen, which then turned into his own spirit power and poured into the long river of spirit power, increasing the volume of the long river. Roughly speaking, the medicinal effects of one spirit origin pill were about equivalent to more than 10 spirit accumulation pills, but in terms of price, the difference was more than 10 times. Putting some spirit origin pills into his own space of tattoos and Hoopa's storage bag, Lu Yi looked around the treasure trove again. Seeing that there was nothing that he needed, he left. Returning the jade slit ring to Shui Yuan, he returned to his room. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate, but took out the breath fruit's core. He had just advanced to the Cloud River tier, so naturally, he had to familiarize himself with the various methods of the Cloud River tier, and using the breath fruit's core to enter the Mirage realm to fight was the best method. Since the last time he met a guy from the Thousands Devil Ridge inside and killed him several times, he hadn't used the breath fruit's core to enter the Mirage realm for a long time. It wasn't that he was afraid of meeting him again, but these days, he was either engrossed in cultivation or fighting with the Thousands Devil Ridge, so he had no time to spare. Suddenly, he remembered the scene of the Thousands Devil Ridge powerhouse he met before entering the Mirage realm. It was the same as the encounter when he entrusted the spiritual weapon to upgrade in the Tianji treasure trove. Both sides were wrapped in a cloud of mist, and he couldn't see the other person's appearance at all. Now that he was blessed by Tianji, he could see through the mist and see the other person's appearance directly. If he met him again, he must remember the person's appearance and get it back with interest sooner or later. Thinking of this, he was looking forward to meeting that person. At least he could figure out the other person's identity. Pouring his spirit power into the breath fruit's core, Lu Ye's figure appeared in the small room. There was nothing else in the room except a door. Every time he opened this door, he entered the Mirage realm. Stepping forward to push the door, a line of words appeared on the door. Lu Yi fixed his eyes on it and was stunned. The price had increased. When he was in the Spirit Stream stage, each time he entered the Mirage realm to train himself, it only cost 50 merit points, but when he reached the Cloud River stage, it actually cost 100 merit points each time, which directly doubled. He didn't know how much it would cost when he reached the True Lake stage. Lu Yi had a total of 97,950 merit points left, so a mere 100 merit points wasn't a big deal to him. After pushing the door and entering, he looked back. Just like before, there was nothing behind him. The door he came in from and the small room he entered from were gone. It was as if after passing through the door, he directly entered another environment. What he saw now was different from when he was in the Spirit Stream stage. When he was in the Spirit Stream stage, he could only see clearly within a radius of a few hundred feet. Beyond that, it was all wrapped in thick mist, and he couldn't see clearly. The figures of the insect race and cultivators all rushed out of the mist and often caught Lu Yi off guard. Now that his cultivation had reached the Cloud River stage, There was no mist within a radius of 1,000 feet. Only 1,000 feet was covered by mist. Just as he steadied himself, the fog in front of him started to churn. In the next moment, a huge insect the size of a human rushed out of the fog. That insect looked like a praying mantis. Its carapace was black, and it looked very sturdy. It waved 2 mantis blades that flashed with cold light. The 1,000 feet distance between them was quickly closed. Unsheathing the mountain coiling saber, Lu Yi took the initiative to meet the insect race. According to the rules of the Mirage Realm, Lu Yi was now in the First Order Cloud River Realm, so the insect race that appeared should be of the same level. However, Lu Ye's strength was not comparable to an ordinary First Order Cloud River Realm cultivator. He had already reached the limit of the Spirit Stream Realm, and was the first human cultivator to reach the level of an overlord. This was something that even Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan couldn't achieve. It could be said that Lu Ye's Spirit Stream stage was without any exaggeration. With such a solid foundation, the Cloud River Realm naturally had combat power that ordinary Cloud River Realm cultivators didn't have. After just a few breaths, the arrogant praying mantis fell into a pool of blood. Compared to the strength he could display in the Spirit Stream stage, the improvement after reaching the Cloud River Realm was too great. A breakthrough of a great realm could definitely bring earth-shaking changes to a cultivator. Not only did his strength have such a change, but the mountain coiling saber had also been upgraded. This saber that corresponded to his saber could now display a stronger killing power. The mist tumbled, and the 2 praying mantises rushed out, one on the left and one on the right. Lu Yi raised his saber and slashed. After more than half an hour, Lu Yi opened his eyes. There was a slight tingling in his mind, but it was gone. Now, his spiritual energy was no longer comparable to before, and the after-effects of dying in the Mirage Realm had been greatly reduced. Feeling that he could still fight with his spiritual energy, Lu Yi once again urged his spiritual energy into the breath fruit core and entered the Mirage Realm. More than half an hour later, he opened his eyes with a pale face. His mind wasn't exhausted, but his spiritual energy was almost depleted. He didn't enter the Mirage Realm again. Instead, he took out an Origin Spirit pill and swallowed it. Then, he took out a Saber Technique cultivation experience to study. The 360 apertures in his body had formed a great heavenly cycle. At this level, a cultivator's cultivation was no longer limited by the cultivation method. In other words, as long as it was a cultivation method that he had come into contact with, he could use it anytime and anywhere, and it wouldn't interfere with the great heavenly cycle. Therefore, Lu Yi didn't need to change his cultivation method at this moment to activate the gluttonous feast. His stomach was buzzing, and his whole stomach was like a millstone, grinding the spirit pills he took and quickly replenishing his consumed spiritual energy. Time passed. Every time the spiritual energy in his body was full, Lu Yi would enter the Mirage Realm to hone himself and familiarize himself with the improvement of the new realm. When he rested, he would study the Saber Technique cultivation experience and learn useful things from it. With the combination of the two, Lu Yi improved rapidly, and his Saber Technique obviously improved. Chapter 442. Lu Yi was tempering himself in the Mirage Realm, while the undercurrent in the Spirit Stream battlefield was turbulent. All of the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators were looking for one person, Jade Blood Sect's Hua Ci. Previously, this cultivator from the Jade Blood Sect had attempted to challenge the Spirit Stream list. In just one day, she had reached the 70th rank, and all of the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators she had challenged had been killed without exception. This made the myriad Demon Ridge furious. First, there was Lu Ye, and now there was Hua Ci. The same way of challenging the list, the same way of killing people. There was no end to the Jade Blood Sect. Lu Ye was powerful and had a solid foundation. After reaching the 9th heaven, he was invincible in the Spirit Stream battlefield. The myriad Demon Ridge could not do anything to him. Finally, he had reached the 9th heaven and left the Spirit Stream battlefield. They thought that the mountain that had been pressing down on them was gone, but who would have thought that Hua Si would appear? This woman was just a medical cultivator. Medical cultivators should be practicing medicine to help the world, saving the dying and healing the injured. Why would she come to the spirit stream list? All of the resentment they had for Lu Yi was now transferred to Hua Si. The myriad demon ridge wanted to find this woman to prevent future trouble. There was no other way. The myriad demon ridge cultivators on the spirit stream battlefield were terrified when they saw the name Jade Blood Sect. They would not allow another disciple of the Jade Blood Sect to appear on the spirit stream list. However, even if all the forces of the myriad demon ridge worked together, they could not find any information about Hua Si. This medical cultivator seemed to be on the spirit stream battlefield, but she also seemed to be not. She had not appeared in any of the encampments. On the second day, Hua Si's name had reached the 50th rank. Compared to Lu Yi, the speed at which she ascended the rankings wasn't as fast. But at this moment, her ranking was already the highest ever achieved by a medical cultivator. Most people felt that she should stop there. However, on the third day, her ranking continued to climb in an orderly manner. The myriad demon ridge cultivators ranked above her disappeared one by one. On the fourth day, Hua Si's name had reached the top 10. The spirit stream battlefield was in an uproar. No medical cultivator had ever occupied such a high ranking. The Jade Blood Sect's Hua Si had created a historical precedent. Tens of thousands of medical cultivators felt proud. Only now did they realize that they could fight so well. Encouraged by Hua Si, many medical cultivators tried to challenge the spirit stream list. However, without exception, they had all been taught a lesson. Strictly speaking, with the exception of a few rare occasions, the difference in strength between the top 10 of the spiritual stream list was not that great. Hua Si was now ranked 10th. Moreover, looking at her speed and battle record, she already had the qualifications to reach the top. Lan Zi, who was also a woman, was at the top of the spirit stream ranking. Countless gazes were focused on the spiritual stream list. They all wanted to know which of the two women was stronger. However, just as everyone was waiting for the battle to start, Lan Zi's name suddenly disappeared from the top of the list. Soon news came. Lan Zi had broken through to Cloud River Tier. Advancing to the Cloud River at this time seemed like Lan Zi was deliberately avoiding the battle. For a moment, rumors began to spread. Many cultivators from the Myriad Demons Ridge felt humiliated. Regarding this, Boundless Island did not make any announcement, which further confirmed the rumor that Lan Zi was avoiding the battle. It was only at this moment that the cultivators on the Spirit Stream battlefield realized what kind of killing methods Hua Si, a medical cultivator, had. All the cultivators from the Myriad Demons Ridge, whom she had previously challenged, were all dead. Either he refused or die in battle. Therefore, no one knew how Hua Si, a medical cultivator, killed her enemies. That was until the battle after she entered the top 10. According to the expert from the Myriad Demons Ridge, whose life was hanging by a thread after the battle, although Hua Si of the Jade Blood Sect was a medical cultivator, she was a poison doctor. When the battle began, the woman directly threw a green poisonous pill at him. Immediately after, the poisonous pill exploded, and the entire battlefield was filled with poisonous fog. The poisonous fog was very poisonous, and the person was poisoned to the ground before he could rush to Hua Si's side. If he had not shouted in time to admit defeat, he would have died in the battlefield. Even so, the residual poison in his body was difficult to remove. He could only hurry back to his sect and ask the medical cultivators in the sect to treat him. A poisoned doctor. This was the identity of the Jade Blood Sect's Hua Si. The world was in an uproar. Many medical cultivators were good at using poison, but to be able to rely on such methods to reach the top 10 of the Spirit Stream list and even defeat a cultivator in the top 10. It had never happened before. After this battle, Hua Si's ranking rose steadily. The cultivators who challenged her after that were all rejected without exception. This was because even these cultivators in the top 10 were not confident that they could escape unscathed from Huasi's poison. Once infected with that kind of poison, even if they did not die, a lot of time would be wasted. It was better to give up the battle. At most, their ranking on the spirit stream list would fall by 1 place. Therefore, 5 days after Lu Yi advanced to the Cloud River realm, Huasi of the Jade Blood sect quickly reached the top of the spirit stream list. Moreover, as a medical cultivator, this had never happened before. The whole world was shocked. Previously, the world only knew that the Jade Blood sect had Lu Yi, but at this time, the name of the Jade Blood sect's Huasi quickly spread and was worshipped by countless medical cultivators. Even the medical cultivators from the Myriad Demons Ridge were not exempt from this. The only thing that made the Myriad Demons Ridge happy was that Huasi was not as troublesome as Lu Yi. In fact, until today, the Myriad Demons Ridge did not know where Huasi was. Not to mention the Myriad Demons Ridge, even the Grand Heaven Alliance did not know. Huasi seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. She was nowhere to be found in any of the encampments in the core circle. In the room of the Jade Blood sect's main sect, Lu Yi was studying the saber cultivation experience in his hand while urging the talent tree to devour the earth core fire. At the same time, he also swallowed spirit pills to recover his consumed spirit power. These days, he had been constantly tempering himself in the Mirage realm, and Lu Yi was completely familiar with his skyrocketing strength. Compared to the strength he could display when he was 9 days old, the increase now was too great. No wonder people said that the increase of a big realm was a qualitative leap. In these 5 days, his cultivation did not increase because he had been consuming his spirit power. Previously, he had bought 100 earth core fire from the Tianji treasure house, which cost him 20,000 merit points. After continuously devouring it for a few days, there was not much left. After devouring the last earth core fire, Lu Yi put down the saber cultivation experience in his hand and checked the changes in the talent tree. At first glance, Lu Yi frowned. According to his estimation, 100 earth core fire should be able to light up 50 to 60 leaves. But in fact, the number of leaves lit up was less than half of what he had expected. Lu Yi checked them one by one again and only obtained 4 kinds of spirit inscriptions. The remaining leaves all carried some special techniques and techniques for constructing spirit inscriptions. Although these things were not spirit inscriptions, they were extremely important to Lu Yi. The more techniques and techniques he obtained, the easier it would be to construct spirit inscriptions. Take setting up a teleportation array as an example. If he did not have the previous accumulation, even if he learned the void spirit inscriptions from the book, he would not be able to construct it with his own attainments in the Tao of Spirit Inscriptions, let alone setting up a teleportation array. It was because he had mastered those techniques that he could successfully construct the void spirit inscriptions and then make the teleportation array work. The 4 spirit inscriptions he obtained this time were not suitable for battle. They were Leaf Dance, Flame, Water Arrow, and Earth Spike. If they were constructed alone, they could form a spell. This time, he was going further and further on the path of a spell cultivator. Although the number of leaves lit up was much less than expected, Lu Yi did not feel that it was a waste. This was because the talent tree needed fuel. During the days when the primordial magnetic field covered the spirit stream battlefield, he had been hiding in the myriad poison forest. If not for the talent tree devouring enough earth core fire and storing a large amount of fuel, how could he be immune to poison? Therefore, even if he did not light up a single leaf, as long as the earth core fire was devoured by the talent tree, it would not be wasted. The origin spirit pill he consumed now was more than 10 times more effective than the spirit accumulation pill. The origin spirit pill also contained more pill poison. Burning the pill poison would consume the fuel stored in the talent tree. He did not buy the earth core fire again, although he still had more than 70,000 merit points. Some things did not need to be rushed. Moreover, if the information he received was correct, merit points were very useful in the Cloud River battlefield. 5 days after advancing to the Cloud River battlefield, Lu Yi walked out of the cultivation ground. There were disciples coming and going in the sect continuously. They had all accepted the mission to help Lu Yi rebuild the green bamboo peak. When they saw him, they all bowed respectfully. Lu Yi soared into the sky. Moments later, he flew above the green bamboo peak. He looked down and saw a large number of disciples bustling about. The originally dilapidated buildings had disappeared and were replaced by brand new houses. At the top of the green bamboo peak, there was a huge hall being built. It looked quite big. They were all cultivators. Their efficiency was very high. Moreover, there were a group of about 100 cultivators here. In less than half a month, the green bamboo peak would be rebuilt. However, Lu Yi could not wait for that day. It was a pity. Fortunately, he would eventually return. He returned to the main guard peak to find his second senior sister. "You want to enter the Cloud River battlefield?" Shui Yuan seemed to have sensed his intentions. "Yes. Now that my cultivation level has stabilized, it is time to go in and cultivate." "All right." Shui Yuan nodded. "Did you bring enough cultivation resources? If not, bring more." "I brought a lot." The Cloud River battlefield is different from the Spirit Stream battlefield. I have told you some things before. However, there are many things that are hard to explain. After you enter, remember to buy some basic information about the Cloud River battlefield from the Tianji Business Alliance. Also, buy a map of the Cloud River battlefield. This is very important. I will remember. The Spirit Stream battlefield is usually a battle between cultivators of the two camps. The Cloud River battlefield does not lack such battles. However, in comparison, the Cloud River battlefield is more about fighting for cultivation resources. As long as you are strong enough, your cultivation speed will be faster than others. You have just advanced to the Cloud River battlefield. Remember to play it safe. If you encounter an enemy that you cannot defeat, you must protect yourself. Only by living can you have a future. Also, after you enter, you can contact your fourth senior brother. Yes. Like an elder looking at a wanderer who was about to leave, Shui Yuan constantly reminded Lu Yi of various things. After a long time, Lu Yi bid farewell to Shui Yuan. He brought along Hu Po and strode towards the Tianji Hall. "Cloud River battlefield, I am coming,"